Hello, everybody. I am discombobulated today. There's like a million, billion, trillion things going on at one time. My sister's car decided not to start today. That's a real thing. And I can't help her, obviously, from my house. I literally told her like 100 things to try, and I had to have her tell me like all the lights that are going on, like on the dashboard, what it's doing, what it's not doing, like all that stuff. So anyway, she's got to get like a jump basically, and unfortunately I don't own a car, so I can't get her jump. But I was hoping to be on a little bit earlier, but I was helping my sister with her car issue. Unfortunately, my sister was a lot younger when my dad passed than I was. We're 7 years apart, and I learned a lot from my dad and my grandfather on how to fix cars. When I was younger, my dad and my grandfather wanted us girls to be self-sufficient, not relying on a man to fix it for us or know what it was. And so they used to teach us, which I can appreciate now, because when someone starts talking to my husband about cars, he's like, go talk to my wife. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, you want to talk about sports? I'm your guy all day long. You want to talk about cars? Yeah, not so much. I'm not. Yeah, go talk to my wife. Like, go talk to that lady over there. She's the one that knows about that kind of stuff. And that is thanks to my dad and grandfather, who wanted us gals to not have to wait for someone to do it for us, and that we could, change our tires and fix our brakes and do the basic things ourselves. And I thankfully got to learn a lot of that from my dad and grandfather. And so, it sometimes feels selfish because my sisters didn't get as much of them as I did, because we were so far apart in age. My grandfather and my dad sort of died young. And so I got a lot more of them than my sisters did. It's almost like a guilt of having as much of them as I did, even though it's like not my fault, obviously. But at least in that aspect, it sort of taught me how to fix not just cars, but things in general. You know what I mean? Like the things that I wouldn't wait for someone else to do. Although I do love it when me and my hubby put things together ourselves. Like together, when we do it together, we make it fun. We put the desk together with each other, and we made it so fun. It was a blast. Yeah, cars was, my grandfather was a diesel mechanic, and my grandfather's grandfather had a shop in Randolph called Carter's, which was the last name of the family at the time. And my grandfather helped run that shop for many, many years. And my dad and his brother ran a auto shop when I was a kid in the North Shore, where they're from, called Pillars Automotive. And so I learned a lot. I grew up like in those shops, just sort of learning step by step, sort of all sorts of things. I know tips and tricks and all these different things, which is really awesome to know as a grown adult. And I can appreciate that, the men in my life as my role models wanted me as a woman to be able to care for these things myself and not wait for a man to do it for me. So I can appreciate them for that. And I wish I could tell them how much I appreciate it, but since they're no longer here on this earth, I know at least that they know how much I appreciate it, because I try to teach my kids as much of that stuff that I can pass along, as I had 3 girls and no boys. So they need to be strong, independent women. You're traveling? You're my always traveler. You and Space Ghost, you guys are always traveling for work. Hello, darling. Hello. The hearing doesn't start till 2, but I thought we'd pop a little early here and go over some things and check in on some things. Definitely safe travels. My husband doesn't love to fly. I don't think I've ever gotten on a plane with him. We've always driven to Florida. If we needed to get on a plane, I don't know. I mean, he'd do it, but he does not love flying. But happy Friday, my friend. Happy Friday. Oh, I bet it is. I bet we all look like ants from up there, Steve. Do we look like little ants? Can you just skvish us? Skvish with your fingers. Skvish. Skvish. Hello, darlings. But at least you're on your way back. You know, you're on your way back to the bean. To the bean. If you guys already didn't, right? Since we're in the beginning of the show and I remembered 7 minutes in. Go me. I'm learning. Brain fog. Hit the like button. Smash the like button. If you like my space buttons, smash the like button. If you hate my space buttons, do it anyway. Then I would ask that you kindly go and hit subscribe if you haven't already subscribed, and that you chit chat and chat, because that always helps, and little side emojis help. And if you can donate, we obviously appreciate it. We're just a small channel, so we get by just on the kindness of all of you. And so all the money that comes in, I read to you when it comes in. So, today's Friday. Hopefully today's a good day for the show. We got some interesting court hearings. We got some hilarious, ridiculous takes from not so smart people in the low IQ department. Barry J. Lewis's new conspiracy theory today is that Nan and Aiden are engaged, which is so absurd and wild. I feel like seventh-hand embarrassed for how lunatic that sounds. Yes, he actually said that. Nan and Aiden don't even speak. Okay, that's fucking weird as hell to proclaim something so fucking weird. Everyone knows Aiden's girlfriend's name is Christine. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you lunatic? Why are you so obsessed with Nan, and why are you just making shit up that's like blatantly untrue and clearly just it's so funny. You just have to laugh at how stupid it is. Like I told you, he's going to come up with a new conspiracy. It wasn't that me and Nan are lesbian lovers today. It was that she's engaged to the Turtle Boy. I can't make it up. He fucking said it on Twitter. Dude, even the reasoning was just fucking bonkers. Like, I have to show you because it's so stupid. It's funny at this point. Like, no one with one brain cell, okay, not even a turtle writer would believe this bullshit.
Grab the tea, because Twitter is melting down again.
Twitter's always melting down, I feel like. Okay, wait, where is it? Hold on, I gotta find it. I feel like anything I save on my phone does not save. It fucking doesn't. For fuck's sake. It doesn't save on my, wait, let me see if I can do it this way. Refresh. I save it on my phone. And like, I'm talking cuckoo, guys. Like, I'm talking, this is fucking beyond bonkers McGee. Like, we're in a whole nother level of fucking stupidity at this point. Let me go to my, hold on, let me go to my replies, because that's how I'll find it. Because I can't. Like, I fucking can't. It's so bonkers. So actually bonkers that I have to, here it is. Here it is. Ready? Lothario told Lady Zelda that she was with a Libra. A Libra, which could be many people, right? On October 15, 2023, the creation date of the YouTube of John Barron account. That's a date on the Libra calendar. This was a stream with the Young Jerks. That's an engagement ring. She's engaged to Aiden. That's the logic. I cannot. That's the fucking logic. Oh my God, tricks are for kids. He's definitely cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, sir, what? Bro, if I didn't know any better, I'd think he was like Christy level obsessed with John Barron account at this point. And like, what, bro? What? It's wild as fuck to even claim that. Like, what? Bro, what kind of shit are you fucking smoking over there? Like, geez. I mean, do you also see frogs in your spare time? that are rainbow. Like, I would like to know. I'm asking for a friend, Barry. Do you also see rainbow frogs in your closet? You know, do you guys remember the frog guy? The frogs. You guys remember that? The Hearings Act 2. Hold on, let me see if I can. The guy who was tripping, the frogs guy. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that. That's what it reminds me of, that fucking level of delusion. Okay? Here it is. I think this is it. Hold on. This is the frogs guy. I don't know if this is it. No, this is not it. This is a guy who was like tripping on hallucinogen frogs. That's different. There was a fucking guy, and there was a video, okay, where he's like, the frogs, all the frogs. And he's like in his closet. It's wild. I'm trying to think if it. The 2006 video Drinking Out of Cups created erratic animated geckos, a famous character wandering around talking about seahorses, lighthouses, and not my chair, not my problem. That's right. That's right. They used the audio of a guy who was like tripping, like literally fucking tripping. And he was like talking to himself. I literally kid you not. Like, this is what Barry reminds me of. I'm not joking. Okay. Oh, thank you. I could call it fetching, but I was like, maybe we'll do space buns today. It's hot out. I don't want to do much. I'm feeling like this one's a little, like, it's not cooperating with me. You know, this one's like tighter, and this one was just kind of like, meh, Elise, I don't care what you want today. Like, I don't give a shit if you want your space buns to look like they're even. Like, I don't care. You're gonna need to just fucking chill, Elise. Like, chill, man. I feel like I gotta wrap another hair elastic around it just to get it to like kick out a little. Yeah, there we go. That's better. You know, I'm just face bunning it. And also I felt like I wanted like to do some aqua and purple today. I felt mermaidy. I'm not going swimming, but I felt mermaidy. You know, it's too hot outside for me, but I felt very, very mermaidy today. So I said, fuck it. We're doing space buns and aqua bitches. All right, now tell me if this doesn't like remind you of Barry Steve. And if you pee yourself laughing on the plane, it's not my fault. I take no responsibility.
What does this guy think he's an Indian? Was he a goddamn asshole? What the fuck is he doing?
He's talking to himself, mind you. This guy's talking to himself.
Not ever. No way. Now he's Johnny Hammersticks. Hammering away like he's freaking Tommy Noble. What the hell's he doing? Thinks she's got it going, bossing over. No way. No way.
No way.
What is this garbage? What is this? Oh, I'm king of the trees. I'm the tree meister. I count on them. When sometimes I pride, I like to steal.
Talking nonsense.
Yeah, right.
Just nonsense.
Yeah, right. This guy's a faggot. This guy's some sort of faggot Indian in the teepee. Oh, this guy thinks he's Captain Knots. Thinks he's Captain tying knots. When everyone needs some knots tied, they go to him. Bullshit.
What?
Bullshit. This woman's such a bitch.
This is from like 2006.
Miss Sand. Drinking out of cups. Being a bitch.
Cups.
I bet her fist. I bet her fiddlesk. Burned. Pat a little kid in the background fucking going crazy.
This guy's tripping
Who's
balls.
this guy? Mr. Balloons. Mr. Balloon Hands. No way. No way.
No
Get real.
way.
Like those things. Mr. Walkway. Mr. Walk Down Me. I'm the walkway. Lead me to the building. Fuck you. 5643. Yeah, right. You're some stupid bitch. Who
Barry.
paid for that floor? Not me.
Stop it.
No way.
Barry. Knock it
Never
off.
paid for no floor ever again. Not once.
A basement.
Not never. Nope. Whose chair is that? Who bought that goddamn chair here? It's not my chair.
It's not his chair.
Not my chair, not my problem. That's what I say. No way. Stupid dresses. Stupid flowers.
Stupid flowers.
Lighthouses rule. You don't like the lighthouse? You suck. What is this, Seahorse Captain?
Seahorse.
What is this, Seahorse Seashell Party? Who didn't invite me? Why didn't I get invited, Seahorse Seahell? What is this? Get real. I'm in love with seahorses. I'm in love with them. They're so beautiful and cute. I'm in love with the seahorses. They're fucking unreal. I love them. They're like all the clocks. I love them. I love seahorses, and I love looking at them.
We know, Barry.
And I love
We know.
seashells. I love seashell things. I love things with seashells and seahorses on them, like blankets and towels and little bags. I love them. Seahorses forever.
Forever. For never ever. That sounds like Barry to me on a daily basis. Just straight nonsense. Just fucking nonsensical bullshit for days. Seahorses and, chairs. You brought this chair. Fucking not my chair, not my problem. What? What the fuck are we talking about, bro? Like, that original video I will never forget. It happened in, 2005 or 6. The guy was literally tripping in his, closet, and for some reason recorded it, and it ended up on YouTube and went fucking viral because it was he was literally talking to himself. And so then people took the audio like they did here, right? And they added animations to it and shit. But that's the original audio of the guy who was just tripping in his closet. There's more to it than that 2 minutes and whatever seconds, but he starts talking about frogs. It's wild. It's just fucking wild. But I have to say, of all the things on planet Earth, it reminds me of this guy, Barry Lewis here. It quite reminds me. This is nonsensical and wild. Are you related to that guy, Barry? Barry, is that a family member of yours? The frog guy, the chair guy, not my chair, not my problem. That guy? Isn't it? He was a Libra. It was the David John Barron account. She's got a ring on her finger. She must be engaged to Aiden Kearney, who she doesn't even speak to. What the fuck are you talking about, guy? What in the actual fuck are you talking about? This was a footnote in one of the filings yesterday. And to be fair, I definitely told people this way back when, although no one really wanted to listen. So once again, this is a I wish you had listened thing. But the footnote for this is number 10, and it says further discovery will show that the federal government conducted its own forensic review of McCabe's phone using the Regional Computer Forensic Lab. The RCFL issued a report and concluded that McCabe's Google search occurred at 6:24 a.m., as McCabe testified. Discovery will show that Read and Kearney, through his role in conspiracy, had access to the RCFL report and chose to consciously ignore it to peddle this false narrative. So essentially, they had this report and still tried to claim that 2:27 a.m. happened until Richard Green got on the stand and apologized profusely for being wrong. So, that happened. That was in a filing. So also the request for Karen Karen yesterday requested from Judge Casper that she extend the federal court hearing after she asked the state court hearing, this court hearing she wanted extended, right? The other one she wanted extended as well in Plymouth, and Judge Gildea was like, nope, we're not extending it for another month. We'll give you 10 a.m. instead of 1 p.m. or whatever it was going to be, and you can make it to that other hearing at 3 p.m. on the 14th. And so then she went to this court and tried the same thing and was like, oh, scheduling conflict, blah, 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 even though the other court already accommodated her so that it wouldn't be an issue, right? You can't, it shows a lack of candor and leaving things out to the court. The court's not fucking like that. Judges take that as a personal punch to the face. It's lawyering 101, dude. You ask one court and they accommodate you, you don't then try to wriggle more time out of the other court that was it was accommodated for you, right? That's, especially since the other parties are going to bring attention to that, it's going to make you look bad. Why do it? Why fucking do it? Don't do it, bro. I don't know what her lawyers are doing, but they're not doing good lawyering at this point in time, and they need to buck up, right? They're going to help her. I don't think there's much help they can give, but Like, buck up, dude. Do your fucking job, because right now all you're doing is making, shit look shady and fucked up. Like, come on, like, do your lawyering job. I guess because I'm guessing Alan Jackson doesn't have control of this. This is really mostly the civil attorneys, because civil is not his wheelhouse, right? Criminal is his wheelhouse. And so he's just essentially there to, like, keep track of what's going on. He's not really there to argue the whole fucking case. That's what the civil lawyers are for, So, like, courts do not like games, dude. They don't. And Judge Gildea specifically, like, that dude is not fucking around with either side for any reason whatsoever. Well, that's the thing. It's not, right? The court takes it very seriously that it's not just the court's time, but the taxpayer money that you're wasting, right? You're wasting the court's time. You're wasting the other party's time, their counsel, your counsel, like, and you're wasting an entire day or hours on another case that could have been done when it's already in an overloaded system, right? Judges do not like that shit, bro. Every attorney practicing and not practicing know that. I know. But anyway, she asked the judge for like an entire month, another month, which wouldn't make any sense, after it was already accommodated. And of course, as predicted, Judge Casper was like, no, absolutely not. No. Denied. It will remain at 3 p.m. on the 14th, and you will be here. Like, that's it. The also thing is, like, if she doesn't physically have to be there, they're not going to accommodate her just wanting to be there. That's the other thing. And that really goes for, like, all parties. So if a party wants to be there in person, but they don't have to be, and all the lawyers can attend, they're not going to accommodate just you wanting to be there. You need to accommodate that, right? Not the court. So that was denied, which I knew. And this one was a good one. This one was part of Aiden's thing. And this is just a blip out of it, but an important one. Karen and his followers harassed plaintiffs chanting cop killers as they walked to court. Judge Casper emphasized the need to shield fair trial from the influence or domination by either a hostile or friendly mob. O'Neill, 761, blah, 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 3. Okay. Ironically, Kearney's counsel in this present case, Jeffrey Pyle, addressed Judge Casper's reasoned decision and called attention to the fact that in an era where flash mobs and trolls swarms can be summoned at a moment's notice in any cause, sleepers that happens to get the attention of internet provocateurs, Mr. Kearney, a danger is posed to the administration of justice that cannot be minimized. Attorney Pyle's articulation of the important government interest in protecting trial witnesses from harassment and his contention that such misconduct is not protected by the First Amendment falls directly in line with the AC allegations that Kearney's unlawful witness harassment and his attempts to interfere with the administration of justice cannot constitute petitioning activity. Indeed, Kearney's current novel assertion that mob justice should govern criminal proceedings has no precedent in the Commonwealth or the United States. His own attorney kind of just stepped in it, bro. Basically argued against his own client like a dumbass. Wowzer. Fucking wowzer. Not good. I do love to hear what Note, my objection, has to say about certain things. She grew up in a very similar background to me. She's from the same area as me. And she, ultimately got to live out my dream of finishing law school, passing the bar, practicing as an attorney. I love that for her after, dealing with addiction and all the struggles that she had to deal with that I also had to deal with. I love that for her. I love that for anybody. I love a great redemption story. And she has pretty good takes. Not a lot. People don't want to listen to her because she was anti-Karen Read, they claim. I think she was pretty fair when it came to that. But if she said one thing about Karen they didn't like, then they didn't want to hear her. To be fair, they did the same thing to me, but that's because Aiden was like, man, these people are bad, man, whatever. Nonetheless, you should always listen to every side and all sides, and I do like her takes. I do.
Decision in order on plaintiff's motion to compel responses to supplemental keeper of records subpoena from Aidan County. The motion and attachments show: 1, plaintiff's counsel caused a non-party to be served a subpoena for production of records at his home address. 2, acknowledgement of receipt by the non-party of such subpoena was made by him on a live stream broadcast. 3, plaintiff's counsel has yet to receive any objections, responses, or any requests for an extension. 4, plaintiff's counsel caused the non-party to be served a copy of the motion to compel at his home address. 5, as of June 30th, no opposition to the motion was received by plaintiff's counsel from the non-party. The motion to compel is allowed. The non-party shall comply with the supplemental keeper of record subpoena on or before July 13th, 2026. Why
Yeah,
would you
Aiden.
not respond to this? And I know this is somebody who has
'Cause he's an
been
idiot.
in litigation for a long time, but those are like little, I think for the most part, small time lawsuits. This is like big boy lawsuits. And if you don't respond to this kind of stuff, it's going to be a problem. Decision in order on plaintiff's motion to compel
So
responses.
it is going to be a problem in Aiden's dumb, fucked up mind, because his attorneys apparently didn't tell him any better. He doesn't have to do anything until his criminal cases are over. Wrong. I don't know who keeps telling him that. That's simply not true. I don't have to produce anything. I don't have to be a part of anything. I don't have to testify. I don't have to give a deposition until all my criminal cases are over. No, bro. No, not true. Not even a little bit. But yet he keeps repeating that lie. It's wild. Hello, darling. Hello. Shut the fuck up. It's not telling. He still didn't answer my question. If I go, it's a Q&A, and I can ask any question, it says. So do I only get one question, or do I have to pay $5 or more for the second question, is the question. Okay? I won't answer my phone call to answer the question. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I heard he's on vacation to the place that someone donates to him every year in the Cape, which is so wild. Like, dude, donate it to someone like my sister-in-law who has Downs, who has early onset and like are enjoying their last years of their life. You know what I mean? Like, God, like, it's a waste of like a good deed, in my opinion, to give him shit. You want to waste it, but I think it's wild to do so. Oh, not a shocker, If you get a chance, ask him why he's such a jerk. He won't answer me. He's very apparently afraid. He's afraid of me. He's afraid of women, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I'm just a little girl. I'm just a girl. I'm just a wife and a mom, and I'm just me. Like, what's so scary? I just want to know. What's so scary, Aiden? What's so scary? It's weird. You're so scared. It's weird. I don't know why. What's to be scared of, bro? I'm just me. I'm just a girl. Just a girl, Mr. Magoo. What Melvin say? Melvin said maybe he didn't receive it. Melvin, honey, he's played that one out in the court system. No one would. He's like the boy who cried wolf because so many times he's claimed that he didn't receive it. Also, fun fact, he read it on his stream, Melvin. He read it on his stream. That was in the filings, Melvin. Pay attention, Mel. God, Melvin, you're so bad at your job. Fuck. She's so bad at her job. Like, all she can do is these exaggerated facial expressions. And she, like, poses with them. It's not even like when you get a real reaction out of me and something's wild, I'm like she literally poses it. She's like, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. She's fucking posing. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, that is desperate. Nobody wants to see Jimmy, no offense. He and Jimmy will be doing a show after. He just keeps adding things to it to try to incentivize people to go. Buddy, nobody likes you anymore. Okay? Nobody wants to be a part of your bullshit and get dragged into lawsuits and criminal actions. No one wants that. No one wants to get within 10-foot pole distance of you. Okay? Wild. Yep, he literally read it on a live stream. Melvin, Jesus. Melvin Little, get your shit together. All right, you're not very good at your job. You suck at this. Suck at this. That's so funny. I love that for him, though. I love that for him. $200 to sponsor a fucking hole. How about drop the prices, you weirdo? No one wants to pay that much money for nothing. $600 for 4 people. What kind of fucking crack you smoking, bro? Like, no. You want successful things, then you have to make it affordable to the everyday people who are donating to you, bud. You fucking buffoon. He fails to realize that most of his, quote, support is from people who are out of state, who have money, people who are not going to fly here just for that. Like, people who are out of state, because most everyone in the state who's ever been around him in any capacity or knows someone who knows him wants nothing to do with him, and rightly so, right? So all his, quote, donors are like the ones that are from out of fucking state. They're not here in Massachusetts. Most people from here are like, boo. Stuart Turtle, boo. Fuck no, he wouldn't pay for anyone else, though. Fun fact, he begged people to buy tickets when it came to the Wilbur so he could say he, quote, sold out the Wilbur. So he begged people to buy tickets and give them away or raffle them off to either make more money and say he sold out the Wilbur. That he couldn't even sell out the Wilbur. He had to beg people to buy all the tickets so that he could just say he sold out. Like, imagine your ego is that fucking big. Your ego is that big that you beg and plead with people to buy extra tickets to give away and raffle because you just want to be able to say that you sold out the Wilbur. I can't. I literally can't. I can't. I mean, he's not having a good week. There's some things on the incoming on that karma train he doesn't even know about yet. And when they hit his doorstep, he's going to cry. I love that for him. I love it for him. You know? A cocktail reception? I can't. And they should have, and that's probably what they wanted, right? They want to be able to drink and have a good time. Like, he didn't want that. He wanted what he wanted, you know? One of the cupcakes, go back and watch the stream and let me know, right? I want the follow-up on his biker rally. I want to know if he rode in a sidecar. Meet, meet. Did he ride in a sidecar? Meet, meet, meet. Can they play that music while he's in the sidecar? He doesn't realize, like, bro, people don't like you anymore. When they hear your name, their automatic brain goes, no, no, thank you. Yeah, clown car. I think at the side of the, well, like when we play the clown car music, hey, Chris. His fan base is mostly middle-aged, elderly women by his own accounts, not the golfing type, I guess. Well, I mean, women still golf, but here's the fun part is he loves to make fun of middle-aged women and people who live on, you know, incomes that are restricted. Yet that's most of his donors. So he shits on his own donors and has a billion times over, but a lot more lately. Tells them all to die in a hole, right? If they say something he doesn't like, or they're talking to someone else in chat and he picks up the comment because he doesn't pay attention to anything that's happening in his chat until the very end of the show, and then he'll pull a comment up and someone will be talking to someone else. He'll have no idea what they're talking about, and he'll just automatically make it about him and be like, fuck you, die in a hole, get in a hole, jerk, die, like, and then what happens is I get an email or a text message or a DM from that person who's like, wow, I'm so sorry. I am just a viewer. And this guy's up here berating me, telling me to fucking die in a hole because I said something that he didn't like, and it wasn't disrespectful. I wasn't mean. It wasn't like, now I totally understand like why being the target of him would be, you know, crazy, you know, especially if you did nothing wrong. Right. So it's like, yeah, keep doing it, Aiden. You just send people over here so they can hear the truth about you. So thank you for the free advertisement, you fucking weirdo. Like, the difference between me and him is I give a fuck about people in general. Like, he just doesn't. And it's like, that shit irks me. It's like a pet peeve of mine. Like, if you have an audience and you don't care about them, like, where would you be without them, you fucking idiot? Nowhere. You would be absolutely nowhere. You would be absolutely nowhere. And you can't even respect your own audience. I mean, I think that's wild. I think it's wild. It's absolutely fucking wild. Now it's supposed to be, usually NBC 10 is in the house for these hearings. I don't see NBC 10 yet. I'm going to check again in a second. Hold on. It might be Zoom, maybe. I don't know. Hold on. Please hold while I look for a second. What the fuck is happening with my computer here? It's a motion to compel, so there's not a Zoom, I guess. Oh, fuck. Yeah, we're relying on the TV networks. Yeah. CBS. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you. Let me check it out. CBS here. Yeah, NBC 10 usually is the one that has it, and there's not going to be a Zoom, so CBS Boston, right? Yeah, here it is. I got it. Got it. As a matter of fact, let me real quick, just like because of a good person like that, let me just tell Mike that CBS Boston has it, so that he knows, because I know he's going to stream too, and competition or not. I feel like it's the right thing to do to tell someone where to find it. Mike has kindly let me restream some of his before when I can't find stuff, and so favor shall be returned. If I was Aiden, I'd be like, yeah, tell anybody. I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm just a greed monger. Just a greed fucking monger. Oh, thank you, darling. Thank you. I never feel as good as I look, that's for sure. But I try, right? I try. I just suck it up is really what I do. I suck up the fucking pain and I call it a goddamn day. Because what else can you do? There's no point in crying over chronic pain. It's every day, all day pain. So hold on, let me put it over here. Let me go pop in his chat. All right. I'm just going to tell Mike in his chat there where it is, that it's at CBS. I just wanted, all right. I just wanted to be able to tell him that. Thank you, Cheryl. Appreciate that. Jessie is here. She's just kind of doing stuff, so she's listening. She is listening. Public expression, yeah. It's a big public poopy. She get into a VW. How many clowns can you get in the goddamn clown car, folks? How many? It's 1:56, so I'm going to pull this down and I'm going to get the hearing up here. Do 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 do. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Well, now we just wait for it to start, folks. Just needed to. All right. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Oh yeah, the judge was like, yeah, no, that's Judge Casper. And Judge Casper was like, no, we're not doing that. So that will be still 3:00. I'm just gonna put down here on my little board. And there's two Judge Caspers, but one's a woman and one's a man. This is a woman. Okay. So yeah, we got today. I can delete today off the board after today. Thank you, mostly juice. I don't know. I'm just silly. I feel like I've been doing those for as long as I can remember. As a kid, like my sister. You guys have met my sister a couple times. The one who's about to have brain surgery in August, and she's like the same way as me when it comes to like little voices and things that we do. I don't know. It's like a tick almost, like just something we've been doing since we were little. When we're just being silly, Okay, so we have July 10th, which is today. Okay, at 2, should start any second now. We have it up. Then after that is Monday, right? I should write the days of the week, I feel like. Monday, July 13th is Judge Doolin is at least, there might not be a whole hearing that's online, but Judge Doolin's going to make another ruling on Karen Read's phones. I don't know if there's a full hearing on that, but we'll find out. Then on Tuesday, Tuesday, there's 2. They have one at 10 a.m. with Judge Gildea, right? And then they have another one at 3 p.m. with Judge Casper on Tuesday. Then on Thursday, they have the anti-SLAPP hearing on July 17th. And then Monday after that, July 20th, is Aiden's mega joke of a mega motion. That one's I'm Aiden Carey. The diary of a wimpy Hewitt. Dear diary. Dear diary. I get a mega motion soon. It's worth at least 3.5 bedrooms. Tim Bradle told me not to throw my phone in a river, but I never listened to him. I'm doing an anti-SLAPP. And I'm afraid that they're going to slap me. The court's not very happy. Not very happy. I'm Aiden Kearney. Be afraid of me. And make your life miserable. I will destroy you. I'll make you Turtle Boy famous if you don't do what I want. Love, Sewer Turtle. One day I'm gonna turn the Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle into a book. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, I mean, he's lied to the court so many times at this point, I don't even know. My bit on the Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle is, I haven't done one in a while, but that one just popped into my head randomly. I was like, yeah, that's probably what he does at night. Dear Meredith is so mean, everything is her fault. She stole my shoe and my key fob. The cops didn't help me. Fuck them. Die in a hole. I mean, that's his shtick, right? Mary, tell Meredith about Mary. The cops wouldn't help me with the shoe. They can all die in a hole now. Key fob ran away. Didn't want to see my dick nose. Tricks the Bunny and Captain Crunch now support me. I got the best endorsements. Captain Crunch is the man. You know who else endorses me? Will the Glarer. That guy's amazing. Melvin Little. Bow down to Melvin Little. She knows all the things that are law. She's so smart, beautiful. I got all the best people on my side. Turtle. Oh yeah, turtle. Listen, I give the I always give the warning. I guess I didn't give it today at the beginning of today's show, but if you pee yourself, I am not responsible for the things that fly out of my face hole. And sometimes I have to tell people, please take a bathroom break because I'm feeling kind of silly today. And if you pee yourself, I'm not responsible for that. Okay? I cannot be responsible for the things that fly out of my face hole. I cannot be responsible. These are things that just boop, boop, out they go. Oh, they're in a bromance until he turns on them, which he will do. I mean, he does think he's amazing, though. He's got the best endorsements. Will, the Marlboro Cowboy, that's his guy. Melvin Little with the exaggerated facial expressions. I can't believe they said that using a bullhorn and driving past people's homes screaming they're murderers is the First Amendment.
At that time, I thought.
Okay, Judge Gildea's on. I'm gonna shut up now.
More information was found out. So let's first hear from Attorney Tuxbury relative to the information about Mr. Colin Albert.
Certainly, Your Honor. I read this, so I apologize. I'm going to read it down. But what Mr. Attorney Maddie did. So prior to the hearing, he had contacted the base asking about the inquiry we discussed on the hearing June 22nd. On June 23rd, he received a call from a private Jordan Rosa in the legal service department at Fort Jackson. And he indicated he was returning a call to place last week. He made the request to Private Rosa about getting access to Mr. Albert, who, by the way, at this time, shortly after the hearing, he's now in basic training. So the 10-week basic training, the first 3 weeks was the initial school. He passed that. He's now basic training at Fort Jackson. Private Rosa indicated that he was unaware of what process it would have. On June 26, 2026, Attorney Maddie received a call from Sergeant Lucas Vaughn at the Trial Defense Services at Fort Jackson. He indicated he asked about getting access to him from basic training for purpose of subpoena. He was told, quote, "That's not happening," is what the sergeant said. He speculated that the only possibility would be a 30-minute phone call. He said that the training regimen for basic
Told ya.
is very specific and condensed. He advised that eating and sleeping are the only breaks that the trainees receive. He said that following his graduation from basic training or advanced infantry training, which is what he's doing, he'll be a permanent party member at a duty station. He's more likely to have access for a deposition at that time. On June 26th, Attorney Maddie received a correspondence from Colonel Jacqueline DeGain, basically suggesting that he would need the identity of Colin's commanding officer. We've now made several requests of Colonel DeGain, the identity of the commanding officer. Those have so far gone unanswered. So that's the current state now. We've had several calls with a private sergeant colonel. So far, don't have the information. It's been suggested to us that during basic training, they control their life from waking up to going to bed. That, like I said, the only breaks they get are sleeping and eating. And it's part of the turning them into a soldier.
Volume's maxed out.
We have now, I believe.
And I maxed my 600% booster out. It's just the court.
Thank you. Attorney Seligson, is that news to you? Or have you had communications with?
I would think it's news to him, because he might not know, because we were preparing this to get, and then we got the notice about coming today. So I kind of ran today. We had responded on the search terms. We did talk about search terms with Colin Albert.
Okay,
So we haven't had the chance to fill it in.
Why don't you reduce that to writing and let Attorney Seligson know so he can be prepared to make an informed response.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just talking about it at this time.
That's right. I wasn't aware of the mechanics of where he is, but we are working productively on the search terms and narrowing the scope of the subpoena.
Okay,
So that's working productively.
all right. Attorney Tuxbury, you're welcome to stay, but on a Friday afternoon, you're welcome to leave too.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. I think I'll take the invitation to depart. Enjoy the rest of your day, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the other remaining motion is the plaintiff's motion to compel Ms. Reed to produce additional information and discovery. And I've read everything. Mainly the issues relate to medical information and financial documents. And I guess I'll start with Attorney Seligson to ask you, given you know what the standard is, because your office has quoted it a number of times in your motions to compel, that parties may obtain discovery regarding any matter not privileged, which is relevant to the subject matter involved in the pending action, whether it relates to the claim or defense of the party seeking discovery or the claim or defense of any other attorney. Your opposition uses the term fishing expedition, which that's great if it's a criminal case, because that's where fishing expeditions are discouraged and not allowed under Rule 17 under the criminal rules. But this is a civil case, and Rule 26 is very broad. So without getting into the specifics about the medical, why isn't merely the provisions of Rule 26 applicable here? And why shouldn't they require production of the information the plaintiffs request?
Your Honor, with respect to seeking her medical records for a 2-year period, even though the term fishing
You see phone records for 4,
generally applies
buddy.
in a criminal case, I don't understand why they would need to understand her health in 2020, 2021.
How about 2022?
That's different. Perhaps they, if they narrowed it, we could reach an agreement about something in confidence. But
Did you have discussions about narrowing it?
Nope.
Did you two have discussions, or were you talking with someone else on these?
I spoke to Attorney Rosenberg.
but
Hang on. So the next issue relates to the financial documents. And there has been certain information provided. There's been certain information redacted. Have you had discussions about that?
we have had discussions, Judge. The redactions are for transactions that are not specifically asked for in the document request. So what we did was we produced the bank statements and credit card statements for the 2 dates that were asked. We blacked out and redacted account number
What, alcohol?
and private information.
Come on.
Somewhere you cited
You can't
attorney-client
do
privilege,
that.
I think, on that issue, which I had difficulty following.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Privilege? I don't believe we assert attorney-client privilege, Your Honor. If there is a payment to counsel, then that's what that would pertain to. If
No,
that's reflected on the
no,
Somehow I don't think counsel were getting paid by credit card at that
well,
time.
no.
That's a wild guess.
but there's a bank statement as well, Judge. So I don't have it in front of me with all transparency, but that would be the reason for it.
No,
The
that wouldn't
transactions that they
apply.
asked for on the dates in question, we've given it to them. But just this broad wondering what else is out there and what else my client is spending her money on, it's not relevant, Judge.
It is for
Entitled
them.
to some privacy on that front.
Right, but again, Rule 26 is so broad, it's not necessarily
Okay.
up to the party to say it's not relevant, because the standard is it might lead to the discovery of admissible evidence, right? So if we had a party every time just saying, well, it's not relevant, forget about it.
But if
Doesn't
they're asking,
work.
but if they're asking for transactions, if they ask for transactions on January 28th and January 29th, and the statement covers January 1st to January 31st, we've redacted out things that aren't specifically asked for.
All right, well, so we'll give Attorney Diller a chance. Do you believe that there was information redacted on the 2 days in question that is relevant?
Respectfully, I apologize. I don't have that redaction in front of me. I know that as it relates to anything on those 2 days, I believe there should be no redactions. And if things need to get filed, that should be protected. We are amenable
Oh, hang
to
on.
redacting those
Don't
out.
have it in front of you. I'm sure you have a copy there.
I don't have it in front of me either, Your Honor. It's his motion.
My motion is the interrogatory is
Same.
separate.
Oh, hi, Judge.
From a production of documents.
Alcohol,
So the
probably buying
interrogatory
alcohol, I'm
still
guessing.
remains unanswered. The production of document is a separate whole issue that we have an outstanding issue for production documents. I acknowledge that there was something that was turned over through production of documents relating to financial transactions. Our request asked them to articulate under oath, every one of the transactions that she had and the institutions that she filed them for those 2 days so that we can track both her whereabouts and also whether it's reasonably calculated, lead to discovery of admissible evidence, which is significant for just a 2-day period of time.
In response to that, Your Honor, as we are entitled to under the rules, we are entitled to say, here are the documents that answer your question.
No, you redacted them. That's not.
Things that are not asked for in the interrogatory.
Rule 26, bud.
Go back to the
Rule
medical issue.
26.
doesn't sound like the two of you have spoken about the medical issues. And you suggested there might be a limited period of time that there could be some agreement on. So I'm going to ask counsel to go talk about it. And I'm going to ask counsel to keep in mind the reference by Mr. Diller to the testimony from the criminal case and the forensic scientist relative to medications. Cited on page, it's in their reply, I think.
Page 2 of the reply, Your Honor.
So I'm going to give you a little time to go talk about that. And hopefully you'd also take the time to talk about
Ouch.
the other financial records. All right?
Will
If
do,
you can't
Your
do it, you come back, I'll hear you, and I'll issue a decision at some point. Okay?
Okay, thank you,
All right,
Mr. Judge.
Thank you.
Good, all right.
Okay, so they're giving them a few minutes to go figure some shit out. We shall wait. Shall mute this and wait. Wait, let's see if we get any hot mics. Damn it, no hot mics. Fuck. No hot mics. Well, I think they want to see, did she purchase alcohol before she went out? Was she already drinking, right? Was there a Nick the plumber? I don't know. Was she actually paying a plumber, or was that like a ploy? Like, I don't know. Like, there's a bunch of questions here, and the financials would give you that. You cannot just you can't say, oh, well, there was a payment made to counsel, so that's wild to claim that it's attorney-client privilege. That is not attorney-client privilege. Whether you paid them via fucking credit card or not is not attorney-client privilege. That is not even by a long shot. I don't even know who would argue that. That is a wild thing to fucking argue. Wow. So the judge gives them time to go figure out whether they could come to a conclusion or not. My guess is maybe on some things, but nay on the other things. I agree with you, Space Coast. I agree. So I think what they're looking for is really, I mean, this is the judge kind of, I need to go back to that part real quick, because the judge basically kind of threw the book at Karen's attorneys and we're like, listen, you know the fucking standard. You've said it thousands of times here, probably not thousands, but you know what I'm saying? A bunch of times when you're trying to compel people, like, so let's not pretend that you don't know what you're supposed to be doing here.
Officer, those have so far gone unanswered.
So also with the military thing, to be fair, I absolutely said the military is going to tell you to get stuff. Why? Well, because Colin's life was already put on hold, right? His life was already his college life was completely destroyed for no real reason whatsoever, right? His life was already put on hold. This is a life choice he made. And there is also a max age for the military. They like to get you when you're younger. If you want to go off the military, he's not going to wait another 2 or 3 years for a fucking court case. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make any sense for him to do. You're not going to put your life on any more hold or allow it to be destroyed any further. Your career matters. Everyone else works. The military is, in fact, a job, right? And so I've never seen people criticize someone going to the military more than they have in this scenario, including already knowing that Colin wasn't even in the house when Karen and John arrived out front, yet they still want to argue he somehow has anything to do with anything, which is wild as fuck to me, you know? Well, I don't know. She said there was a Nick the plumber, remember? There was like a whole Nick the plumber thing or whatever the fuck his name was, that he was supposed to be coming, and who fucking knows? She had some issue at her house. I don't know. There was a whole thing about that, you know? Well, maybe they want to know that too. I think they also want to know about the brain tumor that Yannetti claimed, probably. There's a lot of Richie. Thank you, Richie the plumber. Thank you, Richie the plumber. That's right, Richie the plumber. So yes, I'm sure there's multiple questions about certain things, right? Which is fair. It's fair to ask those questions in a lawsuit like this. The military, once they own you, once you're in boot camp, once you're taking the school and then you're in boot camp, that's it. They own you. They own you. You don't leave without their say so. So your attorney can't just go in and be like, yeah, okay, we'll have them back this day and this day. The military doesn't allow you to leave, or you're MIA. You go to the brick, right? You go to jail. They come and get you for going MIA, and you go to jail, and there goes your career, right? They fucking own you once you sign on the dotted line. The military is not going to give over one of theirs while they're in training.
The best you're going to get, like I said, is maybe an hour Zoom on a weekend or a day, quote, off, which is not that many. That's the best I thought you would get. Okay? They didn't even offer that. They offered a half an hour. Is that what he said? A half an hour, I believe? They offered a half an hour.
Commanding officer, we've now made several requests of Colonel DeGain for the identity of the commanding officer.
This court, by the way, has no jurisdiction over Colin. There is now a 90-day automatic stay in any civil case for somebody who's in the military and in boot camp. So automatically, the court has no choice but to give a whole 90-day stay because they don't even have jurisdiction over him anymore. So the military is going to tell you to stuff it until they say he's not in training anymore, right? Like that's their, I don't know why people thought it was going to be different. Hate to say I fucking told you so again, but I fucking told you so again. Like, it's not how the military works, bro. Like, no. They're like, no, thank you. We owned him now. And you're going to wait until he actually has like leave or whatever, and then he can come and deal with that. Like, no, absolutely not.
So far gone unanswered. So that's the current state now. We've had several calls with a private sergeant colonel. So far, don't have the information.
Bingo, Beetle.
Suggested to us that during basic training, they control their life from waking up to going to bed.
I did
Like
tell
I said, the only breaks they get are sleeping and eating. And it's part of the turning them into a soldier. So that's the kind of information we have now. I believe is in week 2 or 3 of basic training.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Seligson, is that news to you? Or have you had communications with?
He's had communications.
Because you might not know, because we were preparing this to get, and then we got the notice about coming today. So I kind of ran today. We had responded on the search terms. We did talk about search terms with Colin Albert.
Okay,
So we hadn't had a chance to fill it in.
Why don't you reduce that to writing and let Attorney Seligson know so he can be prepared to make an informed response.
Thank you.
They control their life. He said that following his graduation from basic training or advanced infantry training, which is what he's doing, he'll be a permanent party member at a duty station. He's more likely to have access for a deposition at that time. On June 26th, Attorney Maddie received a correspondence from Colonel Jacqueline DeGain, basically suggesting that he would need the identity of Colin's commanding officer. We've now made several requests of Colonel DeGain for the identity of the commanding officer. Those have so far gone unanswered. So that's the current state now.
They don't have to answer.
Private sergeant colonel. So far,
They can just ignore you. And they will.
To us that during basic training, they control their life from waking up to going to bed. That, like I said, the only breaks they get are sleeping and eating. And it's part of the turning them into a soldier. So that's the kind of information we have now. I believe is in week 2 or 3 of basic training.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Seligson, is that news to you? Or have you had communication?
Unaware of what process it time shortly after the hearing, he's now in basic training. So
I wanted to hear the part where he said a half an hour. Yeah, Colin doesn't even know I'm Colin.
Training at Fort Jackson. Private Rose indicated that he was unaware of what process it would have. On June 26, 2026, Attorney Maddie received a call from Sergeant Lucas Vaughn at the Trial Defense Services at Fort Jackson. He indicated he would ask about getting access to him from basic training for purpose of subpoena. He was told, quote, "That's not happening," is what the sergeant said.
That's not happening.
That the only possibility would be a 30-minute phone call. He said that the training regimen for basic training is very specific and condensed. He advised that eating and sleeping are the only breaks that the...
There it is. He said, that's not happening. The commanding officer said, yeah, that's not fucking happening. Again, there's no jurisdiction. The court has no jurisdiction over him right now because he's in the military and there's an automatic 90-day stay under the fucking law for anybody in the military in a civil case. So the court doesn't have a choice in the matter when it comes to that part, at least. So let's see what the judge said.
Actions.
Okay, this is where the judge hands it to him, basically. And it's like, yeah, see, you already know the rules there, bud. Yeah, 30-minute phone call might. He said maybe you get a 30-minute phone call max. I said an hour Zoom, possibly. That depends on the, officer. But my knowledge, at least of the military, is pretty good. And I'm not going to disclose family or whatnot that was in the military, but I will tell you it. I know quite a bit. And yeah, the answer was like, no, not going to fucking happen. And so the literal commanding officer literally said, quote, yeah, not going to happen. He gave you dates. He did a whole fucking thing before he left, bro. Imagine her attorneys just simply don't show up, right? You know he's going to the military. He's a non-party to this one as well. Like, he's a non-fucking, they will not set up a Zoom. That's not the way basic training works. They are literally, as the attorney just said, the only time they have to themselves is sleeping and eating. And even sleeping, they get woken up at like 4 a.m. to do push-ups. There is literally no time for them to do a Zoom. He's literally allowed to call home like once every 2 weeks for like 15 minutes, dude. Like, there's no time for a Zoom for a court fucking subpoena, and they have no jurisdiction over him. Maybe her attorneys should have shown up when he was already doing one before he left in the building that they work in, right? Like I said this weeks ago, like the military owns him, period. He signed on the dotted line. They own you. You don't get a choice. Even if he wants to, he can't. He simply cannot. They will just, if he even attempted it, right? He would go to jail. He would go to military jail for going MIA. Like, that's not the way it works. See, that's the part that I didn't get. Like, the judge should know this. So when he was like, no, I want him back here now. Like, how do you not know that the military is going to tell you to stuff it and that there's an automatic 90-day stay for something in a civil case for anybody who's in the military? Like, how do you not know that? A judge this old, how do you not know how the military works, right? Like, how the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, imagine, oh my God, imagine, yes, AWOL. He'll go AWOL, then he'll go to the brig, like that. No, that's not how it works. I said it weeks ago, like that's not, they cannot just set up a Zoom. It's not, the way training works is like every fucking minute is accounted for training. That's how they make a soldier, right? They literally burn you out until you have nothing left in the tank of energy, and they push you 10 times further. So you're on empty for like 3 days, and they still want you fucking, physically doing shit and shooting, and it's constant. They want to push you to your limits, and then over those limits times 100. There is no time for a 30-minute Zoom or an hour Zoom. It doesn't exist when they're in training, Oh yeah, of course they will. It's all corrupt. Imagine saying that, imagine using the talking point that another adult made him go to the military to avoid a case that he's a non-party in, where he wasn't even present, right? Like, what? Even the one that he is a plaintiff in, he's suing. So obviously you wouldn't be avoiding something he's doing. You fucking idiots. That doesn't even make sense. But he's also not going to put his life on hold for another fucking 3 years. His life was already on hold for almost fucking 4 years, dude. His entire college life was ruined. He had to go to school online instead of having the college experience and playing sports like he should have. And that's unfortunate. But now he's an adult. He's not going to put his entire life and career on hold for a civil case where he's a non-party. He did everything in his power to do it before he left. Her lawyers chose to just not go while they work in the same building to the one that was done. They could have asked all the questions they wanted or picked another date between those dates. They could have worked around it. They simply chose not to then complain later on and be like, he's gone now. This is so bad. You had a choice. You have how many attorneys? 15? One of them couldn't have done it? Come on. That's just not feasible. It doesn't make any sense, dude. Okay? Oh, the judge? Yeah, the judge too. He's corrupt. He's asserting the law. Come on, dude. He's got to get his life going. He can't just stop his life for another 3, 4, 5, 10 years for something he's not even a party to. That's wild to think that someone actually has the audacity to be like, oh, they made him go to the military. You can't make somebody go to the military. That's not a thing, right? I'm certainly not fucking going to the military if I don't want to. I'm not doing it. That's not happening. That's simply not happening, right? You can't make someone go to the military. That's the most absurd talking point I've heard thus far, is they made him go to the military. How dumb do you sound? You know? I agree with you, Mishi. I agree with you. You know, do let the kid get his life going. Like, leave him the fuck alone. He's not even a party to this bullshit. He did an entire deposition where her attorneys could have been, they just chose not to show up and they chose not to schedule anything in the time that they knew he would be here when they were already told he was going to leave. That's on them. Now you're going to have to wait. Never mind the fact that, once again, he's a fucking non-party. Non-party.
Action, whether it relates to the claim or defense of the party seeking discovery.
All right, back to the judge and what the judge said. Hold on.
Documents.
Gotta get up to
Your Honor, I think I'll take the invitation.
what the judge said. Do me a favor, guys. If you haven't already, hit the like button. I would very well appreciate that. I don't have any donations to read. We haven't gotten our first one today, which is weird. We're already an hour and some change in, but it's Friday. God damn it. It's Friday, people. But do me a favor and smash the like button if you're not subscribed. Please do that. I'd appreciate that. Chatting in the chat, that's very helpful. The little side emojis, those are super helpful. You know, putting comments in the videos when they're not live anymore, that's really helpful as well. Hyping the videos when they're not live anymore, that's super helpful. We have direct donations. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have Chime. I've made it pretty easy so that basically anyone has an option for anything. We have a link that works for Apple Pay, Google Pay, debit or credit, and it's pinned to the top. It's our Justice Chats. It's in the description of the video. We have an Amazon wish list. There's every option available. We have memberships and super chats and jewels.
You depart. Enjoy the rest of your day, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So
Here it is.
The other remaining motion is the plaintiff's motion to compel Ms. Reed to produce additional information and discovery. And I've read everything. Mainly the issues relate to medical information and financial documents. And I guess I'll start with Attorney Seligson to ask you, given the, you know what the standard is, because your office has quoted it a number of times in the various, your motions to compel, that parties may obtain discovery regarding any matter not privileged, which is relevant to the subject matter involved in the pending action, whether it relates to the claim or defense of the party seeking discovery or the claim or defense of any other attorney. Your opposition uses the term fishing expedition, which that's great if it's a criminal case, because that's where fishing expeditions are discouraged and not allowed under Rule 17 under the criminal rules. But this is a civil case, and Rule 26 is very broad. So without getting into the specifics about the medical, why isn't merely the provisions of Rule 26 applicable here? And why shouldn't they require production of the information the plaintiffs request?
Your Honor, with respect to seeking her medical records for a 2-year period, even though the term fishing expedition generally applies in a criminal case, I don't understand why they would need to understand her health in 2020, 2021.
How about 2022?
That's different. Perhaps they, if they narrowed it, we could reach an agreement about something in confidence. But
Did you have discussions about narrowing it? Did you two have discussions, or were you talking with someone else on these?
I spoke to Attorney Rosenberg.
but
Hang on. So the next issue relates to the financial documents. And there has been certain information provided. There's been certain information redacted. Have you had discussions about that?
we have had discussions, Judge. The redactions are for transactions that are not specifically asked for in the document request. So what we did was we produced the bank statements and credit card statements for the 2 dates that were asked. We blacked out and redacted account number and private information.
But somewhere you cited attorney-client privilege, I think, on that issue, which I get.
So wild.
Attorney-client
wild.
privilege? I don't believe we
Oh, no, I don't think we did
attorney-client
that. Nope,
privilege,
we
Your Honor.
did.
If
You
there
did.
are, if there is a payment to counsel, then that's what that would pertain to. And if that's
Nope.
reflected on the,
Nope.
on the,
Somehow I don't think counsel were getting paid by credit card at that
well,
time. Just a wild guess.
but there's a bank
Yep.
statement as well, Judge. So I don't have it in front of me with all transparency, but that would be the reason for it. The transactions that they asked for on the dates in question, we've given it to them. But just this broad wondering what else is out there and what else my client is spending her money on, it's not relevant, Judge. And she's entitled to some privacy on that front.
Right, but again, Rule 26 is so broad, it's not necessarily up to the party to say it's not relevant, because the standard is it might lead to the discovery of admissible evidence, right? So if we had a party every time just saying, well, it's not relevant, forget about it.
But if
Doesn't
they're asking,
work.
but if they're asking for transactions, if they ask for transactions on January 28th and January 29th, and the statement covers January 1st to January 31st, we've redacted out things that aren't specifically asked for.
All right, well, so we'll give Attorney Diller a chance. Do you believe that there was information redacted on the 2 days in question that is relevant?
Respectfully, I apologize. I don't have that redaction in front of me. I know that as it relates to anything on those 2 days, I believe there should be no redactions. And if things need to get filed that should be protected, we are amenable
Oh, hang
to
on.
redacting those
Don't
out.
have it in front of you. I'm sure you have a copy there.
I don't have it in front of me either, Your Honor. It's his motion.
My motion is the interrogatory is a separate question from a production of document. So in the interrogatory still remains unanswered. The production of document is a separate whole issue that we have an outstanding issue for production documents. I acknowledge that there was something that was turned over through production of documents relating to financial transactions. Our request asked them to articulate under oath, every one of the transactions that she had and the institutions that she filed them for those 2 days so that we can track both her whereabouts and also whether it's reasonably calculated, lead to discovery of admissible evidence, which is significant for just a 2-day period of time.
In response to that, Your Honor, as we are entitled to under the rules, we are entitled to say, here are the documents that answer your question with appropriate redactions for things that are not asked for in the interrogatory.
Let's go back to the medical issue for a second. Doesn't sound like the two of you have spoken about the medical issues. And you suggested there might be a limited period of time that there could be some agreement on. So I'm going to ask counsel to go talk about it. And I'm going to ask counsel to keep in mind the reference by Mr. Diller to the testimony from the criminal case and the forensic scientist relative to medications. Cited on page, it's in their reply, I think.
Page 2 of the reply, Your Honor.
So I'm going to give you a little time to go talk about that. And hopefully you'd also take the time to talk about the other financial records. All right? If you can't do it, you come back, I'll hear you, and I'll issue a decision at some point. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Great, Judge. Thank you.
Court, all right.
Judge is not fucking around. Judge is like, go figure it out. And if you don't, we're going to put in a goddamn order. So it looks like they're still, I just sped it back up to the end there. Looks like they're still out talking. It's unfortunate, you know? So there's someone else. I was just reading some of my notifications here on Twitter. They might want that and the night of, like, you know, they want to know, you know, especially because of what the claims that were made at her arraignment and stuff that her attorneys made. Like, they're going to want to see if those representations were false and if those representations were misrepresented, as happened quite a bit throughout the first and second trials. I had some person argue with me last night on Twitter who's like, well, if Karen Read was allowed to use a third-party culprit in her criminal, she should have no problem meeting the burden here. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's she didn't, okay? The way a third-party culprit defense works is the judge has to basically allow you to try to prove that you can do it. But if you can't, right, the judge will rule like, no, you can't use it in your closing. You can't use it in your opening. You can't point the finger directly at people if you can't, right? So Karen's team promised that they would give evidence to show that third parties committed the crime. They promised all this evidence, specific things that they were going to show during the trial. They showed absolutely none of it. And Judge Cannoni ruled that they showed none of it. And that it was already the bare minimum of her even allowing them to go forward with a third-party culprit, but a judge really has no choice, right? They have to, if they don't allow you to at least attempt it, because it's a two-pronged, third-party culprit is a two-pronged thing, right? It's an ongoing thing. So just ruling it out right away would open it up for like appeals later on, right? So that's just not the way it works. You allow them to try to develop it. And if they then, in fact, during the trial cannot develop it, you tell them, no, they're not allowed to use it in the closing, so on and so forth. And you can't point fingers at specific people, which is exactly what Judge Cannoni did. She finally was like, yeah, no, you haven't proved any of what you claimed you were going to. Therefore, you cannot use a third-party defense. You cannot name people. You cannot do any of that, right? And so they were not allowed to. Then they switched to using a Bowden defense, right? Clearly, this person who wanted to argue with me has no idea how law works, how civil and criminal law are different, or how they weren't allowed to use a third-party defense in her case. How it even works to allow them to try to use it, and if they can't develop it, shut it down, as the judge did, right? This is the problem with people who don't know the law, who don't know procedure, who don't know, that things are multi-pronged, that the court has to allow this or this to happen before they can ultimately say no. Like it is not black and white. It is not, they let her use a third party. No, they did not. They allowed them to try to develop a third party, and they couldn't. So they switched to a Bowden defense after the judge ruled absolutely not, right? That's what happened. And if you go back and research, you will see exactly that's what happened. The judge made those rulings. So to say that she met the burden for a third party, no, she didn't. No, she absolutely did not, which is why she was not allowed to use Colin Albert, because there was evidence to show that he was not there when they arrived out front. So no. So they weren't even allowed to mention him at all. And they were not allowed to point a finger specifically at any one person, because they had no evidence, zero evidence, as they promised the court that they would develop, to prove anyone else had anything to do with anything. And so she ruled no. You cannot use it in your closing. You cannot point fingers at specific people. We gave you the latitude to try to develop this third-party defense. You didn't do it. You didn't meet it. So sorry, not sorry. And that is when they switched to the Bowden defense. So they, in fact, did not and were not allowed to do a third-party defense. And criminal law is not the same as civil law. Different standards, different statutes, different things mean different things. Right? And so this person argued, well, if it's a lower burden in civil, then she should have no problem meeting it. Oh my God, you're not getting it. No. And also maybe you don't understand what anti-slap is. Anti-slap is basically saying, and I told you this in a nutshell the other day, that I want this dismissed because there is no basis in reality or any evidence or anything to say any of this is true. And it's wasted my time and the court's time, and then this other party should have to pay for my time and my lawyer's fees, so on and so forth. The problem with that is both Aiden and Karen do have evidence that they were pulling some shenanigans, right? So there is a basis in legality and reality and evidence of that. So anti-slap fails on its face right there for both of them, right? So I don't know what this person was trying to argue with me, but you're arguing with someone who knows the law versus someone who's Googling it, I guess. I don't know. You can't Google law and then know it. That's not how it works. It's very nuanced. It is not black and white. It's complicated. Legalese is not the same as regular, versions of English words. It's simply not. Let me give you a for instance, okay? Okay. So for instance, if you read in a court filing that there's an attachment, most people are like, oh, cool, an email attachment. No, in legalese, it's usually a legal seizure of like property, right? A bench, for instance, right? The judge is on the bench, right? Approach the bench. The bench is the judge, right? Like in real life, a bench is a seat, right? Service in real life is the service of people, like helping someone. A service in legalese is official delivery of like legal documentation, okay? Charge, for example. We're going to charge this to your account. That's how you're going to bill someone, right? Well, in the legal realm, it's filing a criminal accusation. It's a formal criminal accusation. That's a charge, right? Like motion, right? Motion in the ocean, you know, moving around. Like that's what that means in everyday meaning in real life. But the legal meaning is a formal request made to the court, right? Or making a motion to the court, right? People take these words like relief. Oh, I'm so relieved. I feel better, right? Relief from the court is a remedy requested from the court, right? Like people don't get it. They read regular words, right? And they apply regular meanings to it when they Google shit. When it comes to the legal realm, these words mean something different, okay? They do not mean the same as what you're, so there's even, you know, more ones that are more complicated phrases and so on and so forth that you would interpret as a layperson like, oh, that's what this means. But in the legal realm, it's not what it means, right? And so then you have a bunch of people trying to Twitter out and Google out legal statutes and think they know what they're talking about, and they sound silly. They sound stupid. Anybody in the legal realm is like, yeah, that's not it. That's not a thing. It's not a thing. I don't know what you're talking about. That's not a fucking thing. Right? So this lady's literally arguing with me about how if, you know, Karen met the burden for third party, then she should have no problem meeting the burden in a civil case. No. No, A, she didn't, and that's why they had to switch to a Bowden defense. And B, no, criminal and civil law are completely different, separate and apart. One has nothing to do with the other in most aspects. They cross over a smidgen in civil cases. You could use a little bit of what's in the criminal case, but other than that, like, there are two different rules for each of them. The burdens are different. What you can use is different. How much you can get is different. You can get more in a civil proceeding, really, than you can in a criminal proceeding, because in a criminal proceeding, they have the right to take your liberties away from you. In a civil, they can't throw you in jail because it's a civil proceeding. So there's a reason why there's different standards, right? And people just don't seem to grasp that, like, just because this or that, you think this or this happened in the criminal case means it's totally acceptable and okay and a breeze and fine in a civil case. No, not even close. No. Fucking sorry guys, my contact is like dry as hell. And I need to put some contact solution in my eyeball. I ran out of tissues. I need a tissue for my issue. Felt like there was like something in my contact and it felt like unnaturally dry. Oh, I hate that. I think it's time for new hair. I have another pair in the other room, but I didn't think that I needed it this morning. It is its own language, I feel like, right? Like, I feel like it is its own language, and most people don't seem to grasp or understand that. They sort of just run with whatever their latest law tuber told them, and it fucking pisses me off because you have all these law tubers that are out there simping for Aiden because they depend on his viewers for followers and money and donations, and so like they just say what they want their audience to hear versus what the truth is and what it really means. And so then you have a bunch of people who are misinformed because these law tubers are pandering, right? And it's like, you're feeding misinformation that is going to hurt other cases later on because people don't actually understand what the fuck is going on, because here you are just pandering, Like, let's not do that, bro, because you're misinforming people. You're misinforming them. So now they're going to apply that to a different case, right? Like, come on, man. Zero, nothing, just blowing smoke. And that's the point, right? And that's the point with these cases is there is no basis in reality, evidence or otherwise of anything like that. So where her anti-SLAPP and Aiden's anti-SLAPP pretty much fail on their faces because of the evidence that exists. On the other hand, the House witnesses have an anti-SLAPP for the one that Karen filed on them. And they actually have standing in their anti-SLAPP because as in the criminal case where Judge Gildea was like, yeah, no, you promised all this evidence that you had and that you were going to develop during the trial of someone else doing it, and you provided none of that. So you did not meet the burden for third party at all, right? No evidence, nothing but speculation and innuendo. You cannot sue on speculation and innuendo, right? And so their anti-SLAPP actually does have legs. So it's like, that's what an anti-SLAPP is for, right? Anti-SLAPPs almost never really work out into winning, right? Unless you can ultimately 100% prove there is zero evidence of this frivolous suit that has no basis in reality or legality other than for this person to be covering up their own bullshit lies, which Aiden has done several times with trying to file false charges on people. That's the way he tries to do it, by sullying their name, right? And pointing the finger at the actual victim. He's done this over decades, many, many times, where he will shit on the victim and make shit up about the victim, including and up to falsifying evidence and bringing it into the court, because that's, he's good at doing things like that, so that he can not have to tell people that he lied, right? That he doesn't have to admit that he lied. So he can still blame the victim, his victim. Like, that game is over, right? That game is fucking over. I don't think judges are appreciating that game anymore, right? With Aiden specifically, they're going to keep a very close eye, not just on him, but on his attorney. Today, I am reaching out to the BBO. I would like to know why the last hearing for Timothy Bradel was March of 2025. The last public hearing was March of 2025 on his hiding evidence as a prosecutor that sent someone to jail for 20 years, okay? I would like to know why the standard 3 to 6 months for an opinion to be made has well surpassed at this point. Why are they giving him special treatment? Why is there no official public report? It has been over a year. Tired of the BBO sort of just giving slaps on the wrist. Timothy Bradel has and continues to do some really unethical shit. And people have reported him for that. And the BBO is just like, oh, well, he could have made a mistake. I'm sorry, what? Here is the transcript where he claims this. Here is the text message of his client that claims that his attorney knew and lied, right? Like, so where is that a, quote, mistake? It isn't, obviously, right? So the BBO, in my opinion, doesn't do its fucking job. The BBO is the Bar Board of Overseers. They're supposed to oversee attorneys. And most of the time it's a private reprimand or, a slap on the wrist. You cannot give a slap on the wrist to a man that hid evidence and lied to the court a multitude of times in a criminal murder trial, like Timothy Bradel did, and then allow him to keep practicing being unethical, continue lying to courts, right? Nope, they're not back yet. And then over a year after the last public hearing, there's been no decision issued. Why is that? So today I'm going to make a phone call to the BBO as the independent journalist that I am, because I'm going to write a fucking story on it. I would like to know why he is getting special treatment. I would like to know why they haven't taken the very public deception seriously. I want to know why they have basically written back to other people who have shown them evidence of ongoing, not candor to the court and lying to judges' faces and saying, oh, well, he could have made a mistake. And why, over a year and some change after the last public hearing, there's been no issue, no report issued publicly about what the recommendations for his license are at this point, or the recommendations for any punishment, because it was pretty serious business what he did, Okay? Time for some public fucking pressure, dude. Enough is enough with this shit. We can't play favorites. We can't have attorneys out here doing shitty, shady, fucked up, unethical shit and having scumbags get away with hurting innocent people because of that. We can't have that. I'm tired of the BBO running like, oh, well, it's a colleague of ours, so we're just going to slap it on the wrist because if we did this, we wouldn't want to lose our licenses. Well, then don't be unethical pieces of shit. But if you're going to be on the BBO, take your shit seriously. It's a volunteer fucking position. If you can't do it, you can't hack it, and you're too afraid of somebody being mad at you or not liking you because you did your job, then don't fucking volunteer, right? It's completely unacceptable for it to be over a year and a half almost since the last public hearing with zero recommendations of any kind. What the fuck are we doing, dude? What are we doing? What are we doing, dude? Do we need to dismantle the BBO? I feel like that's what needs to happen at this point. And if they can't answer to the public, right, then we got a problem. We got a fucking problem, right? It's wild. Oh, Melvin didn't know why that was mentioned. Oh, gee, I don't know why, because it's unethical, Melvin. You know, Melvin, I know you haven't practiced law in over a decade and that you only did civil law, so you literally don't know your ass from your elbow when it comes to criminal law. That's very abundantly clear when you even try to talk about criminal law, especially when it comes to the cases that we've talked about. Literally says some wild ass shit that, like, most attorneys are like, that lady says she was an attorney. No fucking way. Like, no fucking way. Like, oh, yes way. Like, how'd you pass the bar, bro? I mean, did you write all the notes down on your hand? Did you, like, make facial expressions to, like, get them to look at you instead of you looking at your hand where you're like, oh, my dear God, there's a fly in the room. It's, I mean, how'd you do it, Melvin? Because it doesn't seem like you know much. He doesn't know much. You're wondering why that it was brought up that they used very unethical means with a private investigator who knows what they can and can't do, right? Like, come on, man. Come on, Melvin. Get your shit together, right? Well, that's the other part. This is not California. Massachusetts is not California. We are a different state. And a lot of the time, like, we don't play that game, right? Especially if it's now a pattern of behavior of leaks and unethical shit, like, and it all runs back to you. Like, that's going to become a problem, you know? Sorry, guys. I mean, it's wild, but I'm calling the BBO today. I would like to know. I would like some answers. I think the public deserves answers. You're all more than welcome yourselves to call and ask. I feel like the BBO in Massachusetts has some splaining to do, Lucy. And if they know there's some public pressure, then they will have some splaining to do. My next course of action after that is to call the SJC and ask them why the BBO hasn't done their job. Because if they do make a recommendation for him to lose his license or for it to be suspended or whatever, it's got to go to the SJC. So I'd like to know what the fuck's going on. I mean, it's just gross. Like, the Weinstein was gross in general, right? Just really fucking gross. Like, what are we doing, fucking attorneys here? Like, come on. Ugh. I mean, it's not going to pop back on until, you know, they're ready. But I wonder what they, you know, I wonder what they're going to say. I wonder what they're going to, like, what the judge is going to say.
Hold on. Let me try one thing real quick. Let me try this thing real quick. They make a no. Make a second. What the fudgicles? Make a second one by any chance? Did they? No. I was just going back to check and see if they made like a second. Sometimes they'll make like a second one instead of the first one. But it looks like. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Why is it? What's happening? Hello, McFly? No, that's when he left last time. Okay, wait a second. What's happening? I'm so confused. This is frozen, but it's not frozen, if that makes sense. Hold the fuck up. I'm going to refresh here. We're going to go here. We're going to get rid of talk chat over there, because that's ridiculous. We're going to, no, it looks like it's been like this the whole time. All right, so yeah, I mean, I wanted to see if at all they popped back in, but it looks like they didn't make a second one. Sometimes they make a second one when they end the first one, and it looks like the judge left when he left, and then we're still on this thing. No worries, Missy. Well, we're really just waiting right now. The judge got a BBL. BBO! BBO, Tim, BBO! So funny. Tim, you're so funny. You got a BBL. I mean, I need some boobs, that's for sure. You know, I don't got boobs, but I got butt for days. I can't. I cannot. All right. Hold on a second here. Trying to see. What? Interesting. No, Mike's just replaying it. I checked. He's just replaying the parts that we already replayed as well. And I'll play the whole thing in its entirety once the judge comes back. I'll play like the whole thing, like, you know what I mean? Front to end. Mike's just replaying the parts that we replayed already. So I can't believe that I have it. Wait, did I make sure I unmuted it? Yeah, I unmuted it so that when they come back, I'll hear it in my ear anyway. It's wild. It's wild. It's fucking wild. Absolutely wild. Oh no. No big news yet. The judge gave the attorneys, it's been a while now, time to go confer with each other to see if they could work something out. And we're just waiting for them to sort of come back to see if they could work anything out. It's likely they might work a little bit out, but not all of it, if that makes sense. Yeah, no, I checked. Believe me, I got my eye on everything, girl. I'm here, I'm there, I'm everywhere. That's why you guys always see me sort of like looking over here, looking over there. Like I got tabs over here, I got tabs over here open. I'm checking on things. I'm looking, I'm making sure. I feel like I've gotten way better at sort of multitasking, although it is a pain in the fucking ass. It's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass. Okay,
this Meg lady, you do look foolish. You simply do look foolish, lady. I tried to be kind, like, you're not educated enough. I'm educated enough, like, you're arguing with me. I told you, this is the lady who was arguing with me, like, if it had no factual basis, then how did she get a judge to allow her third-party defense in the trial? They didn't. That's why they switched to a Bowden defense, and that's not how it works. It's two prongs. Third party's two prongs, right? Correct. And I said, this is a civil case. Civil cases and criminal cases work differently. Different standards on what's allowed. A defense doesn't have to have any factual basis. You have the right for a defense if you so choose. If you don't even have to put on a defense in a criminal case if you don't want to. Like, burden is on the state in a criminal case. Hope that helps, right? And she's like, yeah, a criminal defendant doesn't have to put on any defense at all. But if they choose to run a third-party culprit theory, they generally need some evidentiary basis. Judges won't allow pure speculation. Wrong. Third party is two-pronged. The judge have to allow them to speculate and allow them to make their case, as Cannoni did. Okay? As Cannoni did, until they promised they were going to, show all of these things that they didn't show. And then Cannoni was like, yeah, no, you didn't meet the burden, not even a little bit. Sorry, not sorry. And they switched to a Bowden defense. So she's wrong, once again. And she's like, if Karen cleared that hurdle in the criminal case or had enough of the judge to let portions in, she should easily meet the lower petitioning threshold for an anti-slap protection in the civil suits. Hope that helps. Like, that's what I said. You're arguing with someone who knows the law versus someone who thinks they can Google it. Like, no, you're wrong, lady. You're wrong. So I said, no, not how it works at all, darling. Please educate yourself before looking foolish further. Once again, cases are run differently, criminal versus civil. You don't seem to grasp that's how it works. Karen's anti-slap fails on its face for the reasons of you can't say, hey, I'm using, this is not, like, you can say, I want this dismissed because of fucking this, and this, but anti-slap is very specific, right? It's very specific. Anti-slap is saying this is completely frivolous and there is no evidence, there's no basis in legality, there's no basis in reality for any of it at all. And unfortunately, that simply is not true in this case. When it comes to the defamation portion and things, like, there is a ton of evidence because of Aiden, right? Because she can thank Aiden for that. Like, Karen can thank Aiden realistically, and because he's the one who screenshotted signal messages with her and did all this shit because he's so important and needs to tell everybody about how important he is. He kept all of this evidence that essentially screwed them both. And so there's evidence to say that you guys worked together, used these people's personal information, sent people by their homes, did all these things like this. There is factual basis for that, right? So an anti-slap already right there fails on its face, because an anti-slap is none of this has any evidence to it. None of this has any basis in legalities. And so therefore, I want it thrown out, and I want the opposite party for bringing me in here on this frivolous nonsense to pay for my lawyer's fees and my time and my loss of income while I've not worked, right? Anti-slap is very specific. Karen's and Aiden's in the defamation case failed on their faces immediately, right? That's the reality. If I thought it had legs, even though I'm not a fan of Karen, I would say, okay, these parts have legs, right? And these parts don't. But it doesn't. It just doesn't have any legs. Anti-slap is very, very specific in Massachusetts. Very specific. And so, of course, this person has no real understanding of the nuances of what procedure is, what the judge has to allow, what the judge doesn't have to allow, right? Judge Cannoni had to allow them to try to develop a third party. They could not develop that third party, right? Therefore, they moved to the Bowden. And so, as I said not how it works at all, darling. Please educate yourself before looking foolish further. Once again, cases are run differently, criminal versus civil. You don't seem to grasp that's how it works. Karen's anti-slap fails on its face. She said, I'm educated enough to stand by my position and not look foolish. Yeah, no, my response is now you simply do look foolish, and you clearly are not educated enough to even have this discussion. Imagine trying to argue with me about it. And imagine saying you're educated enough to argue with someone who's been studying law basically my entire life. Like, no. Any actual like attorney that isn't lying would agree with me wholeheartedly 1,000%. So take the fucking, Melvin Littles out of it, right? The reality is the reality, okay? Any attorney that's not lying on YouTube will tell you that I'm 1,000% right. That's exactly how the procedure works. But then you have these people on the interwebs who think that, oh, I'm an educated person, so I know exactly what all of this is. I'm sorry, did you study law? Did you? Do you have any idea how or why the judge allowed them to even attempt to do a third party? Oh, no, you don't. It's a true two-pronged thing. That would have invited the judge to basically have allow them to like appeal afterwards. She didn't attempt to allow them to just ban a kind of defense outright in the beginning. Doesn't make sense, right? You have to allow them to try to develop it. If they can't develop it, that's when and that's what the judge did. So it's a two-pronged thing. Third party is a two-pronged thing. It is those two prongs. One of those prongs has to happen during the trial. So they have to allow them to try it. Like, come on. Yes, you have to have evidence, not just, innuendo or speculation of what you think they did or what you think they didn't do or the reasons why you think they did X, Y, or Z. Like, that's not evidence, I know why. I don't know why that would have been the smarter idea, Panda, in my book. In my book, if I'm Karen's attorneys, the smartest idea is point the finger at Aiden and be like, no. He said everything that I said would be confidential and that he wouldn't share anything that wasn't publicly available. Right? I did not tell him it was okay to do X, Y, and Z, elemental P. I disagree with him doing whatever. Like, that would have been a smarter legal defense in that aspect. Would have been this guy here, this loser here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they take their talking points from the cult and then tell me I'm educated enough to stand by my position and not look foolish. Lady, I'm sorry, but you look ridiculously foolish. You especially look ridiculously foolish up against anybody who actually knows how the law works and what the procedure is.
What are the parties asking me to do relative to the motion to compel?
Your Honor, as stated at sidebar, the parties have reached an agreement. We're asking you to table the current motion, for instance, interrogatories for a later date. We'll try to have that all resolved timely.
Okay, court will take no action. Thanks for coming down.
That's it?
Next week.
Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
Court.
Well, that was uneventful. Okay, well, essentially, here's the beginning of it, okay? And then I'll play it all together with the end of it. And basically what happened was absolutely nothing other than they're not going to take any action on it. They're going to, the attorneys are going to try to work it out between the two of them. If they cannot, they will come back. They'll be back next week anyway on Monday. No, that's Jim Jewel. I'm sorry. Tuesday at 10 a.m. We will have another hearing. And then at 3 p.m. she'll have another one at the other court with Judge Casper. So we'll see by next week if they can't come up with anything, then an order will go in. I think that's the problem, They do just be wasting time and money. And the problem is once they get up there in front of the judge, they want to look like they're working it out, right? And the judge doesn't want to have to sit there and make orders. Work it out between your fucking selves. If you really, really can't, you have to at least try, right? Good candor is trying. Like professionalism is at least reaching out to the other side and saying, hey, you didn't give this. Is there a reason? Can we work out why? If not, and you talk about all of it, or if the other side simply decides not to respond to you, then you bring it to the court and say, Your Honor, We attempted on several occasions. We've gotten no response. We need X, Y, and Z. The motions before you. Please compel. Like, you know? Well, the judge is making it clear that, like, you need to kind of, like, you know, tell us what you're looking for a little bit, or at least, like, you know, narrow your time frame or narrow your search for specific things. But he absolutely, in my opinion, will allow it. It's relevant. The financials are relevant. And I think they probably also want to see what payments were made during 2023, 2024, to whom? Crowds on Demand, Aiden himself, third parties who then gave it to other people. Like, follow the money, right? It's always follow the money. If they can prove all that happened, now you're into conspiracy territory, right? Like, 2 or more people coming together to do this shit is, you know, not good, right? But I do think the judge is absolutely going to allow most of it. Probably narrower, maybe in time, maybe in scope, but I think he absolutely is going to allow it or compel it if they can't come to an agreement of sorts, you know? Well, that's the problem, is it's kind of showing the judge that no one's fucking communicating, and they need to start fucking communicating and stop playing fucking games, because the judge isn't going to keep doing this whole, like, back and forth thing. Like, time to figure it out. Well, he already said he would, right? That if they also didn't come to a decision about not leaking personal identifying information, that he's going to put in an order of his own. I haven't seen that hit the docket yet, but it very well could. I think he gave a date of, like, last night. So we very well might see it today or Monday, like his own order on that, you know? Let's play it from the beginning and then to the end. It's not very long, but it is interesting to see all together for those of you who did not. And you're welcome, obviously. And then we'll have some fun. We'll have some laughs and whatnot. I need some laughs. It's a Friday. I mean, geez. I need some laughs on a Friday, bitches. Yeah, bitches.
Information was found out. So let's first hear from Attorney Tuxbury relative to the information about Mr. Colin Albert.
Certainly, Your Honor. I read this, so I apologize. I'm going to read it down. What Mr. Attorney Maddie did. So prior to the hearing, he had contacted the base asking about the inquiry that we discussed on the hearing June 22nd. On June 23rd, he received a call from a private Jordan Rosa in the legal service department at Fort Jackson. And he indicated he was returning a call to place last week. He made the request to Private Rosa about getting access to Mr. Albert, who, by the way, at this time, shortly after the hearing, he's now in basic training. So the 10-week basic training, the first 3 weeks was the initial school. He passed that. He's now basic training at Fort Jackson. Private Rosa indicated that he was unaware of what process it would have. On June 26, 2026, Attorney Maddie received a call from Sergeant Lucas Vaughn at the Trial Defense Services at Fort Jackson. He indicated he would asked about getting access to him from basic training for purpose of subpoena. He was told, quote, "That's not happening," is what the sergeant said. He speculated that the only possibility would be a 30-minute phone call. He said that the training regimen for basic training is very specific and condensed. He advised that eating and sleeping are the only breaks that the trainees receive. He said that following his graduation from basic training or advanced infantry training, which is what he's doing, he'll be a permanent party member at a duty station. He's more likely to have access for a deposition at that time. On June 26th, Attorney Maddie received a correspondence from Colonel Jacqueline DeGain, basically suggesting that he would need the identity of Colin's commanding officer. We've now made several requests of Colonel DeGain for the identity of the commanding officer. Those have so far gone unanswered. So that's the current state now. We've had several calls with a private sergeant colonel. So far, don't have the information. It's been suggested to us that during basic training, they control their life from waking up to going to bed. That, like I said, the only breaks they get are sleeping and eating. And it's part of the turning them into a soldier. So that's the kind of information we have now. I believe is in week 2 or 3 of basic training.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Seligson, is that news to you? Or have you had communications with?
I would think it's news to him, because he might not know, because we were preparing this to get, and then we got the notice about coming today. So I kind of ran today. We had responded on search terms. We did talk about search terms with Colin Albert.
Okay,
So we hadn't had a chance to fill it in.
why don't you reduce that to writing and let Attorney Seligson know so he can be prepared to make an informed response.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just talking about it at this time.
That's right. I wasn't aware of the mechanics of where he is, but we are working productively on the search terms and narrowing the scope of the subpoena.
Okay,
So that's working productively.
all right. Attorney Tuxbury, you're welcome to stay, but on a Friday afternoon, you're welcome to leave too.
I appreciate Your Honor. I think I'll take the invitation to depart. Enjoy the rest of your day, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the other remaining motion is the plaintiff's motion to compel Ms. Read to produce additional information and discovery. And I've read everything. Mainly the issues relate to medical information and financial documents. And I guess I'll start with Attorney Seligson to ask you, given you know what the standard is, because your office has quoted it a number of times in your motions to compel, that parties may obtain discovery regarding any matter not privileged, which is relevant to the subject matter involved in the pending action, whether it relates to the claim or defense of the party seeking discovery or the claim or defense of any other attorney. Your opposition uses the term fishing expedition, which that's great if it's a criminal case, because that's where fishing expeditions are discouraged and not allowed under Rule 17 under the criminal rules. But this is a civil case, and Rule 26 is very broad. So without getting into the specifics about the medical, why isn't merely the provisions of Rule 26 applicable here? And why shouldn't they require production of the information the plaintiffs request?
Your Honor, with respect to seeking her medical records for a 2-year period, even though the term fishing expedition generally applies in a criminal case, I don't understand why they would need to understand her health in 2020, 2021.
How about 2022?
That's different. Perhaps they, if they narrowed it, we could reach an agreement about something in confidence. But
did you have discussions about narrowing it? Did you two have discussions, or were you talking with someone else on these?
I spoke to Attorney Rosenberg.
but
Hang on. So the next issue relates to the financial documents. And there has been certain information provided. There's been certain information redacted. Have you had discussions about that?
we have had discussions, Judge. The redactions are for transactions that are not specifically asked for in the document request. So what we did was we produced the bank statements and credit card statements for the 2 dates that were asked. We blacked out and redacted account number and private information.
But somewhere you cited attorney-client privilege, I think, on that issue, which I had difficulty following.
Attorney-client privilege? I don't believe we assert attorney-client privilege, Your Honor. If there is a payment to counsel, then that's what that would pertain to. And if that's reflected on the
somehow I don't think counsel were getting paid by credit card at that
well,
time. Just a wild guess.
But there's a bank statement as well, Judge. So I don't have it in front of me with all transparency, but that would be the reason for it. The transactions that they asked for on the dates in question, we've given it to them. But just this broad wondering what else is out there and what else my client is spending her money on, it's not relevant, Judge. And she's entitled to some privacy on that front.
Right, but again, Rule 26 is so broad, it's not necessarily up to the party to say it's not relevant, because the standard is it might lead to the discovery of admissible evidence, right? So if we had a party every time just saying, well, it's not relevant, forget about it.
But if they're asking, But if they're asking for transactions, if they ask for transactions on January 28th and January 29th, and the statement covers January 1st to January 31st, we've redacted out things that aren't specifically asked for.
All right, well, so we'll give Attorney Diller a chance. Do you believe that there was information redacted on the 2 days in question that is relevant?
Respectfully, I apologize. I don't have that redaction in front of me. I know that as it relates to anything on those 2 days, I believe there should be no redactions, and if things need to get filed that should be protected, we are amenable to redacting those
Don't
out.
have it in front of you. I'm sure you have a copy there.
I don't have it in front of me either, Your Honor. It's his motion.
My motion is the interrogatory is a separate question from a production of document. So in the interrogatory still remains unanswered. The production of document is a separate whole issue that we have an outstanding issue for production documents. I acknowledge that there was something that was turned over through production of documents relating to financial transactions. Our request asked them to articulate under oath, every one of the transactions that she had and the institutions that she filed them for those 2 days so that we can track both her whereabouts and also whether it's reasonably calculated, lead to discovery of admissible evidence, which is significant for just a 2-day period of time.
In response to that, Your Honor, as we are entitled to under the rules, we are entitled to say, here are the documents that answer your question with appropriate redactions for things that are not asked for in the interrogatory.
Let's go back to the medical issue for a second. Doesn't sound like the two of you have spoken about the medical issues. And you suggested there might be a limited period of time that there could be some agreement on. So I'm going to ask counsel to go talk about it. And I'm going to ask counsel to keep in mind the reference by Mr. Diller to the testimony from the criminal case in the forensic scientist relative to medications. Cited on page, it's in their reply, I think.
Page 2 of the reply, Your Honor.
So I'm going to give you a little time to go talk about that.
No worries, no worries.
And also take the time to talk about the other financial records. All right? If
Will
you
do,
can't
Your
do it, you come back, I'll hear you, and I'll issue a decision at some point. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, Judge. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Length. What are the parties asking me to do relative to the motion to compel?
Your Honor, as stated at sidebar, the parties have reached an agreement. We're asking you to table the current motion, for instance, interrogatories for a later date. We'll try to have that all resolved timely.
Okay, court will take no action. Thanks for coming down. We'll see you next week.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court, all rise.
And that was it. That was it. Y'all want to see some turtle tanties? I got some turtle tanties to show you. I got some turtle tanties. He's pretty freaking desperate. It's kind of freaking funny. I think he might write in his diary. He might write in his diary tonight. Meh! Diary would be zero turtle day one. Nobody's buying my tickets to my sporting event. Buy my tickets now. Don't you guys want me to be rich? Don't you want to help me pay for my attorneys? where I created all these things myself. Please, 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 guys, sponsor a whore. It's National French Fry Day. Is it really? I love French fries. Not that I'm going to have any today, but like, I love French fries. Who doesn't love French fries? French fries are amazing. I got some turtle tanties that might just make you chuckle. Mwah, ah, ah, ah. Mwah, ah, ah, ah. If you didn't already go out and smash the likey like button now. Oh, I've never tried sweet potato fries. If you haven't already. If you haven't already subscribed, please do so. There are quite a few of you, over 200 of you on X. You can join us here on YouTube. It's actually funner when you're in the live chat. You know? Ooh, steak fries, those are good. Let's get one of our, can we get our first donation of Friday? I can't believe we haven't gotten a single one. It's freaking 2 hours. It's Friday. Jesus, guys. Look at my Debbie Downer today. Jeez. It's Friday, bitches. Yeehaw, bitches. Okay. Let's try to get our first one. Right? Oh my God. Can I sponsor a hole? Never mind. I'm not even going to say it. I mean, he does like holes. Any holes, really. You know? He just loves holes. One of his favorite things. He wanted to die in a hole. Can't keep his thing out of a hole. Doesn't matter what kind of hole. From any kind of living, breathing woman with a pulse. You know, he loves holes. Holes are his favorite thing. Maybe he should sponsor his hole himself. He doesn't stop talking shit outside his fucking face hole, you know? Just loves holes. This guy loves holes. What is it with you and holes, you fucking weirdo? Weirdo! 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 Hope he falls into a hole. A sewer hole! Down there in the sewer, just swimming around in the shit. Hiding in the gunk, because he's full of shit. And he lurks in the fucking shit. Which is why he is the sewer turtle. Alright. I got Twitter tales and sewer tanties, and we got all sorts of fun stuff. Hey guys, remember this? You know what? Maybe this will get the first donation of the day. Guys, remember this? I don't know if you guys remember it or not, but I think you might remember it because it's quite funny, and I don't know how anybody couldn't remember it, but I think it's funny. It makes me laugh every single time, and if it makes me laugh every single time, then it must be pretty fucking fun.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
You can't go back.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
Don't put him back in the hole in jail. Don't do it. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it, not one bit, not even a little.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
He's going to start writing, you know, right? He's going to write a new book when he's in jail. He's going to, oh yeah, I had that on a thing to play it, actually. It's amazing. It's amazing. Oh, thank you, Ellen. It's quite fucking amazing for this. It's so funny. Yeah, let's play the space. It's a good idea because I had it set, I believe, to play it when she did it. But I feel like he's going to write a book. He's going to be like Dr. Seuss in jail, and he's going to write a book that everything that rhymes with holes. You know, everything that rhymes with hole. Everything that rhymes with hole. Dr. Seussy book. Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle. Died in a hole. I fell in a hole. Sponsor my hole.
Hi, everybody.
Holes.
I know this is
Thank you, my friend.
Last minute. I was going to do one at like 12:45 today, but like I'm a very regimented person. I usually wake up at like 6:30 or 7 with the cat.
Exactly,
I let
Jesse.
the cat out. Then I go back to bed. I wake up at 9.
You can name the hole?
I make my coffee.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, I got a name for it.
I make my coffee. Then I
get a name for it.
get myself ready for my day and start my day. And then this morning I got woken up by a phone call, it was somebody yelling at me.
Jesus.
Worked it out, but then like my whole day was just meeting
Fucked
after
up from
meeting
there.
after meeting, and then having to get on the road.
Yelling.
And, ugh,
Jesus
so
Christ.
I couldn't do the 12:45 one because I was too stressed out. So here I am, and I got lots of stuff I want to talk about. Young Jerks,
Ooh.
are you streaming this?
I am.
You like to stream my spaces. I'm gonna go one person at a time.
I can't write. Why can't I write? Oh, she didn't put the
like I usually
thing
do. So I'm
on.
gonna go one person
Damn
at a
it.
time. Let's start with Marie, Sparkly Rabbit. Let's start here. As you've probably heard, she dropped her little stalking petition against me or whatever it was.
That happened.
Nan Gallagher owes me a spicy margarita because we had a bet. She didn't think she was going to drop it because she said she was going to court for something.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you.
Because she made a fool. If you listen to that YouTube with Meredith, like she made a fool out of herself. I don't know if she. Sorry, I'm also driving. I don't know if hands free, of course. I don't know if she walked out of that hearing with Meredith and like really thought she did well.
She must have.
I can't imagine. And I've listened to the hearing like 3 or 4 times, and I just laugh. Like
Shaggy defense.
Did she really think she was going to get some order? And then to say when she found out she didn't get the order to Meredith and be like, well, I guess it's fucking back on again. Well, then you're just showing that it's all a game. So I kind of thought she was going to drop it, but Nan's smarter than me, a lot smarter than me. And she was like, I don't think so. And so we bet a spicy margarita. So Nan, you owe me a spicy margarita, my friend. But yeah, she dropped it. She went into court and she claims that the judge told all of us to stop defaming
that didn't happen.
each other, which those words never came out of his mouth. What he said to Meredith and Marie was like, just stop, whatever. Like, don't be mean. But judge can't.
But again, First Amendment. Yeah.
So I was actually really looking forward to it because I felt like her calling my employer and
appreciate you, my friend.
And, would have gone far.
All sorts of things.
No, she dropped it. And then I started going over a couple nights ago, like all of her streams from before she turned, when she was with Nina and doing her spaces with Nina. And she seemed like such a nice person. Like she seemed so much different. And then like
she got turtle attention. That's what happened.
Into this nasty.
She saw the money signs.
Who's just
the attention.
Calling people whores and
from the cult.
Dirty. What did she say? Dirty bitches and just talking about people's vaginas and saying she fucked people and sucking on balls. Like what happened to her? I don't know. I mean, I kind of was looking forward to my day in court, but I guess that's not going to happen. Of course, if she goes back and says she's still being mean to me, but who knows? I don't know if anybody has any idea what happened to that woman. How can you go from thinking that Aiden Carney is like the worst person? I mean, the things she said about him, and then all of a sudden she thinks Meredith is wrong, Aiden's right, everything's different. She's like some queen bitch. Like, what happened? I know what happened. The money. If you guys saw what I posted yesterday, she said something on a stream before, like she would never sell her soul for money, views, so people will listen to you. Well, Marie, that's exactly what you did. It's exactly what you did. You realized that you could get more viewers by being a turtle rider. You could get more money. You could get more people agreeing with you if you turned.
Could have done that a long time ago. So I don't sell my soul. It's not for sale.
She said in her court date
not for sale.
Like she wanted a stalking order because her relationship with her family was suffering. Well, that's on you. I mean, if I found out that my mother was on YouTube talking about
so hard.
balls, drinking wine and dancing and calling people a dusty bitch and all that, like we'd have problem with our relationship too. That's on you, Marie. Your mental health is on you. You're the only one responsible for it. You're the only one responsible for your relationship with your family. I don't think her relationship is that good with her family anyways, but who knows? What do I know? All right. Is that all I want to say about Marie? I'll just say this. Marie, you were a nicer person when Nina had your back, because Nina's a nice person. And you're not. You're a bitch. Okay, who's next? Jessica. My favorite subject.
Ethel!
I don't think that I've done a Spaces since she did her exit interview with Aiden, and I actually listened to it. I had to go out last night, and I had like a 2-hour ride, so I was like, oh, I'll just listen to the exit interview again. I cannot believe.
I'm writing a song about holes right now for Aiden.
I mean, I'm glad this woman is finally seeing.
Allegedly by him.
What I've been telling her for months. There used to be, oh, Holden, look, I'm passing Holden.
Tell Holden, PD, get their shit together.
She used to always say to me, like, when I ended my friendship with Aiden, I would say a lot of it was because he doesn't know who you are. He doesn't ask about your family, your kids.
Nope. He doesn't care. That's why.
What's going on, your loved ones, like nothing. It's always about always. And she was like, oh no, he asked me about my kids all the time and how they're doing that. And I laughed when she asked him what her kids' names were, and he didn't know. Yeah, and she's realizing that it is a one-sided friendship, and he's like that with
everyone. Uh-oh. What's happening? No, I don't think so.
I haven't been
she
watching
dropped it.
A lot of him lately. Did I
Sparkly
get disconnected?
dropped it. You did for a second. Okay. Get disconnected.
I'm driving up at like Route 2, so I don't know if it's going to get disconnected. I haven't not been watching a lot of Aiden lately. I don't know how I watched him for so long. That voice. That voice and the way he talks and
how he talks about people and just laughs. It's just
gross. But I did laugh today when he's like begging people to go to his golf outing. Begging, please. He's got 144 spots available. I don't know how many were available to begin with, maybe 175, something like that. But he's got 144 spots available. It's 175. I don't golf, so I don't know if that's a good price. And then 600 for a team, and he's telling people like it's just an excuse to day drink.
Yeah, it was dropped.
Okay, $175 to day drink, and now he's saying, "Oh, Auntie Deb and I will do a show for you."
He's adding things so people will go.
What kind of show are you gonna do at a golf course after you all golf? Everybody's drunk, and I mean, I would flip a coin on whether Jimmy even shows up. I made a post like. He's probably going to get in an unmedicated bipolar stupor. How did I get from Jessica to Turtle Point? So, anyways, and maybe he'll sleep through the whole golf tournament, which is my guess. Which I would put my money on for Jimmy.
Yes, possible.
But I have been listening to Jessica a lot, and I've been, listening as she's going through this massive canceling.
When it's funny.
I hate that.
Everyone's trying to cancel.
You all know what I mean. And a part of me, I will admit, maybe my left pinky toenail part of me felt bad for her for
a minute, for a second.
Seconds.
Yes.
I don't feel bad for her at all. The fact that she doesn't see that this is happening because somebody like Jolene comes in, right? She's not from this community. She wasn't here during Karen Read. She wasn't somebody that this community kind of engaged with. And somebody like her who comes in and listens to Jessica and sees that, I think that's so telling. If I was Jessica and somebody like Jolene came in and saw all these things, it would force me to look in the mirror about the kind of person I am. If she's seeing all these things as a stranger, don't you think Jessica should look at herself? Take aside the whole milk and the macchiato and the farting and the, you know, just the way that she treats other people, her hypocrisy. There's so many things. I should have made a list because there's so many things in the last couple weeks that have just bothered me so much with Jessica.
All right, making a
I'm
song.
gonna talk
Making
about
a song.
her kid again. I'm in TJ Maxx last week and I'm listening to her show in my earbud, and her daughter gets in the car and starts talking about her driver's license and says, anybody that doesn't have their driver's license going into senior year is just embarrassing. They should be embarrassed.
What?
And at first, Jessica did the right thing. At first, Jessica said, come on, that's not right. You don't know somebody's situation. And then she was like, well, I don't care. If you have the means and you have the money and you don't have your license, I
Not
don't
everybody
care if
wants
they're
it.
anxious. I'm anxious and I get over it. Like, that's a point as a mother. I would have shut that
No.
fucking stream down
Yep.
and
A good talk with my
let
kid.
my kid have it. How you don't know somebody else's circumstance, and then Jessica
Mine,
says,
I
would you
can't.
walk up
I
to
can't
that
try to be
person and
funny.
say
It's just
something?
either
And she
is
said yes, like she
or
would
it
make
isn't.
fun of somebody who didn't have their license senior year when she doesn't know their situation. That's a fucking bully. That's a mean girl. Jessica, you raised a mean girl. Congrats. And then the way her son talks to her, just so, ugh, I don't know. I think I'm a good mom, and I don't know. Anybody that's met my kid knows he's a good boy. But if he ever gets fresh with me or speaks down to me,
Don't get back
it's
with
like Jessica wants
me.
to be friends with her kids. She doesn't
Still gotta be a mother.
want to.
You guys see my relationship with my oldest daughter.
Right
I still am her
Today,
mother,
her daughter in the car
and we're close.
at the high school with the animals is like, I'm quitting. And so Jessica puts her stream on mute for 20 minutes. What does that
Oh.
show your kid? Oh,
Yeah,
let me
no.
just, mute this stream so I
I can't mute it for 20 minutes. I would
deal
shut it
with
down.
you. Hurry up,
too long.
because I got to get back to my bunnies. No, you turn
Too
the
long.
stream off. Sorry, bunnies, I got
You
to
turn
go.
it off.
My
Yep.
daughter needs me. She's very
Yep.
distressed and upset. I'm going to hang up the phone, or I'm going to
Yep.
stop my show. But she doesn't do that. She would never do that, because
Of course
that
not.
20
Money.
minutes that she just left you on mute with dead air is probably, $40 in her pocket.
No, it's like
I can't
cents.
stand this woman.
It's wild though.
I just don't
Starts at
feel
home, yes.
badly for her. I think she's being forced to look at herself in the mirror, and she's not humble at all. She's calling everybody else, leave me alone. Well,
Once you guys hear my song.
If I told you to leave me alone for the last
Song
10
called Whole
months,
Patrol.
did you do that? No, you didn't do that. You talked about my kids, and marriage, in my past, in my adoption, in my friendship with you were totally about. See that, but God, I should say, Jen was right about Aiden. Jen was absolutely right about Aiden. I see why she wanted to end her friendship with him. I see that now. She would never do that. Instead, she goes to court and tries to get a harassment order on me.
Wild.
And then the fucking judge told them that I was some fan who went through.
Yeah, that's
went
weird.
Wild.
That was weird.
That I met her at court and we took a selfie together, and then all of a sudden I went crazy. That's not how we met, Jessica, and you know it.
Wild.
And that's another example where I kind of wish she had gotten the order so that I could have stood in front of a judge with the judge fucking liar she is. There's nothing about me that will ever like Jessica Machado. I think she's an absolutely terrible human being. She talks about all these things that she does for the Veterans Association, and she's got a partnership with them, and she's teamed with them, and does all these things. She hasn't done anything since 2023. She goes back to 2023, where she collected some shaving cream and mouthwash. Nobody wants to get on the phone and, Yowzer, you approachable, Yowzer? Yowzer? Like, I made a post, like, imagine them in bed. Yowzer, is your pee-pee approachable, Yowzer? Yowzer? Did your pee-pee in my vagina, Yowzer? It's gross. It's so weird. Like, grow the fuck up. You're 50 years old. Don't talk about your husband's relationship with his estranged parents. She talked about it again today. His grandmother's turn. Like, why am I explaining Jessica Machado's life to people like that? That shouldn't happen. I shouldn't be telling you guys about Jeff's estranged relationship with his parents, and he got an invitation to the grandmother's 90th birthday party, and Jessica has to call them up. And why doesn't she just say, Jeff, make it right with your family, go see your grandmother before she's
Without
90.
me.
Go see your grandmother.
Right. I would love to see my grandmother.
Why does she have to be
almost
there
90.
all the time? Oh, we're gonna go. Oh, you know what? You already destroyed the relationship that he has with his son, Jessica, because you always have to be there. Why don't you encourage him to do it alone? I don't know. Does somebody want to talk about this shit? Because I know I'm missing stuff, and I know there's more I want to say about this. It just makes me feel bad for her family. It makes me feel bad for her children that she discusses so much about them on the internet. Because the internet is forever.
It's forever.
It makes me sad that she talks. Oh, fuck you, Kane. You're not getting on. You're a racist anti-Semite. Fuck off.
What?
No, Kane, goodbye.
Oh, Kane. Oh, so
That
it's
brings up
the
another
guy.
subject. Thank
Oh,
you,
boy.
Kane, for bringing up the other subject of Jessica Walsh.
I was like, did you say she said Kane?
Jessica Walsh. That's another thing with Jessica Machado. I cannot believe that
We know
she's
you've been
defending
gone for a
somebody like
while.
Jessica Walsh.
So we know.
Somebody sends her a chat the other day or something where Jessica Walsh told a woman, I think her name is Lori, and I think she's a turtle rider, and I think I don't like her.
I think I don't like her. I
don't
think she
like her.
sucks.
But her son died of an overdose, apparently.
Oof, ouch.
And I don't wish that on anybody. That's
That's awful.
devastating. Losing a child alone would be devastating. Losing them to an overdose.
Yeah, I live with that thought
Breaks
could
my
happen
heart.
every day of my life,
So
and it's fucking
apparently
horrible.
she came into Jessica Walsh's chat and was talking.
Just that idea.
And so instead of
horrible.
Jessica Walsh just muting her, blocking her, not highlighting her comments, she tells her that like she's the reason her son died. And then she
It's right
tells
now.
her, doubles down
It's happening
on that
right now,
and said
right
if
this
she had
very
been
second.
a better mother, her son wouldn't have died. And then she triples down on that and says something about his grave yesterday. Like he's in his grave happy that he's away from you or something like that. Who the hell says things like that? Who is this?
Who is it?
I don't know.
Fake account?
Either, so no.
Yeah, no.
If I haven't heard of you or we haven't like talked, I'm not going to let you out here to speak, obviously.
Yeah.
But who talks about people like that? I mean, you could say that to my worst enemy, and I would not just brush it aside. But what does Jessica Machado say? Oh, that's just something Jessica Walsh. That sounds like something Jessica Walsh would say. What the fuck?
Wow.
Are you serious? If my best friend ever said something like that.
I thought that's what she said too at first. That's why I was like, wait, what?
First of all, I would question myself on why I was friends with somebody that would even think about saying something like that. Secondly, I would have a real talk with my friend about saying shit like that. Who thinks that? It's the same way like when Aiden said he hopes cancer wins and people are against Lisa.
Yeah, that was
people
wild.
are just okay with that. It's not okay to
Yeah,
say
it's not
things like
okay.
that. It's not okay, Jessica Walsh, to tell Meredith
Money,
that she
you know,
should,
take advantage of people.
slice her
Money.
wrists a certain way so people know she's serious. That's not okay to say. It's not okay to lie that somebody.
Yeah, I would have told them too.
Jessica Walsh, I'm sorry that your friend died a couple weeks ago. It's heartbreaking. I'm sorry you lost your friend, but don't lie and say that your friend's parents were called after a show of Jolene's and said that they're glad their daughter died and Jessica Walsh is next. That never happens, Jessica.
Oh, that's wild.
Absolutely.
I hope that didn't happen because that would be horrible.
The same way Jessica
Wouldn't
Machado,
shock me.
that it never happened that a lawyer sat down next to you at court and said, meow, meow. Or that a doctor walked into your room the other day in the emergency room and said, oh, I guess this is the reason why there's no 24 on 24. It just never happened.
It's what Jolene calls her.
You're trying to make yourself
Jolene's
seem more relevant
nickname
than you
for
are.
her.
Jessica Walsh, you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself.
I think she's going through some shit. And I think she needs a better friend than
You're
Ethel.
a businesswoman. Don't you own an insurance company? Aren't you afraid?
That's what I think she needs. A better friend than fucking Ethel. You know, I think she's going through some shit. She needs to be shown the correct route to cope.
Stand outside your business.
And she's not getting that.
It on a,
No, I got nicknames for all sorts of people.
Boombox. I'm showing.
You know, like Melvin Little, Willie the Marlboro Cowboy.
Stop drinking. You're always drunk. You talk like trash. Clean your fucking house. Your house is just a disgusting.
I feel like she needs a better friend. That's what I feel like. That she's going through some shit and been through some shit, and no one's wanting to be her friend. They just want to be. They just want her to be their piggy bank. It's not cool.
That defends her. Oh, that's just Jessica. You're giving her permission to say these disgusting things.
And of course, she shouldn't say those things. But that's why I think she needs a real friend, and not Ethel.
So mad.
Like those people aren't real friends. They don't give a shit about her or what happens to her.
Like that girl,
you know?
Lori, that turtle rider.
Wild.
Lori, if you ever listen to this, I'm so sorry for the loss of your son, and I am so sorry that somebody like Jessica Walsh said that to you. You know, it's bad enough that Jessica Machado says those comments about adoption, you know, and she's got people that they think it's funny. That woman, Deb Honey, she thinks it's funny that somebody has a X account with like Jen Altman's biological mom.
That's weird.
Whatever.
Like, that's
I don't
weird
care, but it's not really funny. First of all, my biological mother is dead now. But it's just do better. Listen, I know I've said some nasty things in my life, especially in the last 5 years or so, but never in my life.
Listen, I respect your right to do that, my friend. I just think she needs a better friend. Or better people surrounding her. You know, I think she reacts wrongly to things, but there's no one helping her, you know? No one's there to sort of guide her or to show her compassion or kindness, or just kind of surrounded with like shitty people, you know? And it makes a difference. Believe me, I was there once in my life. I was very young, but
I'm actually having dinner Sunday night with two.
Yeah, I don't see anything she posts. I don't know. I haven't really had a lot of time to check anybody's posts, to be honest. But
wait, how do I do this? Hold on one second.
Other than what people show me, you know what I mean, and then direct me towards.
Okay.
But like I said, it's.
But I think
I don't condone some of the things she says, of course, but I think she's surrounded with shitty people right now.
Sunday night. Hi, Kate.
I think she's surrounded with like assholes who aren't showing her compassion and kindness, and that there's a way to like react.
I just got home.
But there's also
saw that you were gabbing. I've
you know
seen
what I
a little
mean?
bit
Like,
today.
there's
I've
a
been like
line.
really out of the loop.
I think she's going through
I
a
would
lot.
love to say
and has
what I
been
was
through a
doing, but I
lot.
can't.
And that
but
does a
it's
lot to
funny.
a person
I can say
too,
so privately,
in a real
not
life.
publicly, but
You know, like, it does a lot to a human.
I see that the
Like,
golf tournament is not going well.
I think she probably needs like a real friend or just someone she can really talk to who can like show her like not everyone is a shitty asshole, you know?
Pretty well, I think.
Yeah, but then he, you know,
I think there's just shitty people
went with this
surrounding her,
almost
like
all
Ethel,
middle-aged
that don't
female
really help,
audience,
you know?
and I'm not shitting on middle-aged females because I am one myself, right? But probably not the best golf demographic. And then he alienated half of his audience by shitting on
I'm sure she has
Karen
friends in real life,
Read,
but I'm sure
right?
everyone gets
So like,
busy and
I
has
don't really
kids,
see.
and like
I
it's
mean,
hard to connect.
it's kind of
with
pathetic that
people
he can't
who have
sell
kids
100
and all that. I don't think
100 tickets there.
I don't think
I
she has
sold out.
those.
I sold out my
I don't know.
fundraiser
I think she has
in a month.
Someone thinks so too, but I don't think she has like.
And then people are like, "Oh, you know, you'll sell it out." He's had them on. He's been advertising it for
maybe,
like 3 months
but
Yeah,
I don't
it's
think
pretty
that's happening
dramatic.
though. I feel
And
like
it's $175.
if someone just
And then
reached
he
out a
tries to go,
kind hand,
we have
like
a
maybe,
legal fight and then a civil.
and
Like,
just was,
wasn't
you
he the
know,
one
I
that
don't
said
know.
nobody should donate to Karen
I
Read's
was,
civil fight? But now he
I
wants people
didn't
to
even know who I
donate to
was
his.
after dealing with a lot of
Right. The
abuse.
civil fight that he literally begged for 3 years
Yeah.
straight.
Yeah.
Like,
So I
I
can,
am
It made him
begging.
hard.
I see different
Right.
sides of
I am
things because I've
literally
been through
begging
different
Jen
things,
McCabe to
you know?
sue me, is what he said. So she did. Right. That's what I mean. Oh, if you guys aren't guilty, then you'll sue. Well, they didn't do anything, so they
I
sued,
probably
and
would, which
now
is sad,
he's crying about the
but I
cost. And
probably
like,
would.
yeah, it is expensive. This isn't like one of his former lawsuits, in little boy court, like, something small that they're just going to settle on later on. This is a big boy lawsuit.
This is a big one. This is a big one. And I really don't think that he thought they would do it. The fact that they did it like right before the statute of limitations ran out was even best. He was probably just hoping that they wouldn't file.
Well, I mean, if he had listened to what we were saying over here on this side of things, the people that know and actually know these people, we've been saying for years, like, they're going to sue. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
it's going to happen. It did, like, because we knew the whole time it was.
That it was going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I just kind of understand it better, I feel like. Just because, like,
Hey, Jen, how are you?
and I
Good.
laughed
How
out.
are you?
Good.
And so I
Sorry,
see it
didn't
from a
hop
different
on
perspective than
when I
maybe
saw
other
you
people
were
do.
live.
Yeah, it was just
You
so,
know?
like I've just been so irritated.
Sort of been there in my life.
this
I was a
week
lot
with so
younger,
many
but like
things that people
go through it all
have been
different
saying,
parts of
and
their lives,
Jessica,
you know?
most of all. Like, I'm not a huge, like, I think Jolene
It's
is fine. I don't
sad.
know her that much. That I haven't
Makes
watched
me
her
sad,
before, and I think
really.
it's funny. I mean, I think it's going a little overboard maybe now, but Jessica just keeps giving her content.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably smart. That's probably smart, my friend.
Well, I was amused by the golf tournament, the thirsty golf tournament post.
Oh,
He's
God,
begging.
Crazy.
He's begging, but why in that demographic would that be the event?
Right.
It makes no sense.
Like, he sold out. Both of the trivia events were sold out. The comedy show, the Halloween parties, the Wilbur. What he really wants to do is a Wilbur again, but he can't get one because nobody's going to give him the platform or the venue to do that. I mean, the Hanover Theater said no, because apparently he wrote an article about somebody that works at the Hanover Theater, and I guess it's really high up, and they were like, no. And then he said that they have an obligation to be like bipartisan. No,
what? No, they don't. They're a private company. No, they don't. You fucking idiot. What an idiot. No, they don't.
Believe him.
Of course they do.
Well, you have
they're idiots.
to give him a plat.
No, private companies do not.
When they talk about YouTube and free speech, YouTube is a private platform. They don't have to allow you to say whatever you want.
Right. But it's just so hilarious. He's like, we got to get at least 100 people. So that tells you the level.
At least 100? So he's not even got 100?
To freeing Turtle Boy.
Right. There's 144 spots available. I think they started with less than 200, I think. So that means they probably only sold 20 or 30.
I love that for him.
Well,
I love that for him.
That means their minimum is 100, because he's like, it won't make if there aren't 100.
Oh, I love that for him.
And now he thinks, Auntie Deb and I will do a show.
Yeah. No one wants that.
Nobody wants
Literally,
that.
No one wants that.
I didn't even
realize
Auntie
you
Deb
don't think.
What is that?
I didn't either.
I was going to say, you don't think that playing a round of golf with a bunch of weirdos and then watching a drug addicted homosexual man talk to Aiden is not worth $175 to you?
I don't, Kate. No. I'm sorry. That's not
absolutely
really what I expect out of my $175.
Right? No one's gonna pay that.
That's the thing too. That's my main gripe with all of his terrible events. It's like he won't spend any money on them. So they're just shitty. He does not care about the experience that these people are having at all.
He cares about the money in that thing.
Like,
he never give a shit about anything.
Slop some pizza boxes down on a bare plastic
Smash.
table with like cardboard cutouts taped to
Mind
the,
your own
to
place,
the wall.
bitches.
But that's how he lives. I mean, he doesn't really understand it.
Find your own place,
Buffalo Chicken
bitches.
Man. But yeah, he needs somebody to do the events for him. Is what he needs, and that somebody would probably not have
Oh,
suggested.
that happens to me on my phone, Duck, all the time. It just yeets me out. I can't. It just yeets me out,
It makes
and I got to do it again, over and over,
Isn't she the one that
over and over and over. It's obnoxious. X, get your shit together, dude.
But
where's Ernie?
Right.
Where is Ernie? His only friend. Aiden's only friend. Where's Ernie?
I have not talked to Ernie since January, since I decided to not be friends with Aiden anymore. I mean, I guess my friendship with Aiden and Ernie, you know, meeting my husband and inviting us to his sister's barbecue last year, and our personal friendship was really dependent on the fact whether I liked Aiden or not, which I kind of wish I knew before I invested so much time into that friendship.
Yeah.
And even my husband was friendly with him. My husband really liked him. But
oh, that's a bummer.
no, I don't know where. Yeah, it was a bummer.
Right?
But,
Someone might go just to stream it so you can see it.
was Ernie going to show up in his like hot pink
See it fail.
shirt, ruffled shirt, and
Right.
some golf?
We're gonna golf.
And what's funny about a golf tournament is that, so if, let's say they didn't have a minimum, let's say he could just have the event even if only 3 people showed up. The problem with that kind of event is you can't make it look bigger than it is. If there are only 3 people there to play golf, there's only 3 people.
Yeah.
Right.
And, but what I wonder about is, like, I couldn't go to Kate's fundraiser, but I still supported it, right? Like, I was like, hey, can I buy tickets for somebody else? So where
And
are
bought
those
tickets and didn't
people?
go.
Where are those people who are like, I don't play golf, but I would love to help you out and buy 100 tickets to support
and just
you.
give them away. And even when he did like the trivia night, and we were
we
collecting,
did that
like,
so he could sell
or
them.
we did something for Karen. There were so many people that would message me and say, "I want to buy a ticket to donate," or "I want to do this." There were so many people. We would finally would say, you know, all the tickets are gone, or we have enough. We have enough donated for anybody that wants to go.
Where have
and
they
now
gone?
There's nothing.
Where are they? Where are they hiding?
All the children gone.
Well, $175 is kind of a big ask.
It is a big
Yeah.
ask.
It is.
And if it's a fundraiser, what you should probably do,
He's not gonna make anything if he doesn't make
the barrier to entry very low, and then do something fun to encourage donations.
Right.
Crazy, right?
How much of that 175 is he getting? Like, how much is 18 rounds of golf, 18 holes of golf? I don't even know.
Well, what's it?
I guarantee you probably most of it, honestly, because again, like I've seen, now that I've been able to see the behind the scenes a little bit on the previous events and fundraisers that he threw, he doesn't spend money on it at all.
Nope.
Right? So like, I can't imagine that out of that 175, very much of it is going back into the event. He's just bilking people for money and like, here, play some golf and here's some fucking pizza.
Yeah, because the round of golf
and a t-shirt.
Yeah, the round of golf probably is going to cost, if they knew they were getting, so if you divide 144 by 4, so he said there are 144 spots, so that would mean 36 groups of 4.
All right, this is what it says.
Which is, that's the whole golf course. So he's essentially getting the whole golf course for a day.
Ready?
So maybe they give him a break on the.
He might have to cancel it
per person because they're getting the entire golf course, you know, filled for that morning.
$200
or whatever
a sponsor.
it is. So maybe he's, you know, giving them $30 a person or something like that, and 2 Little Caesars pizzas.
Right. And a t-shirt.
Don't you have to have golf clubs to play? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, they're not providing that in the ticket price. So, like, if you don't have golf clubs, I mean, I'm working right now on, my plan is to do a cornhole tournament, right?
Fun.
That's fun.
It's going to be less than $175. Like,
Sorry, muted myself. That's my bad.
When
My
we
bad.
did the comedy show and when we did the trivia, there was no cost for the venue. The venue was given, so anything sold. But even like at the comedy show had food, but that was because Crystal, rest in peace, arranged it all. But neither of the trivia nights had food. I think one had a cheese tray.
Oh my word.
Jesus Christ.
There was like a cheese
Just get
board.
get a caterer.
Yes.
You know, they can you can try to degrade, you know, what I did, but my decor looked nice. We had a good caterer, right? Like we had a sound system, like, you know, just your basic stuff. And I didn't charge people an arm and a leg either.
Right.
No, it was
Right?
like
Like,
$42
you know, so like,
or something like that. It wasn't that much.
Yeah.
it was definitely not bad at all because I wanted to make it accessible, right? But he doesn't have that in him where he genuinely does not appreciate.
He thinks that people just want to come see him. That he's
that they'll do anything.
That they'll do
Yeah.
anything to meet Aiden Carney. And
Right.
what I thought was funny when he did that exit interview thing with Jessica, and she was pointing out that he's not the same person that he is on the screen, and he was saying he's exactly the same person. He's not. I mean, Kate, you've met him. Anybody that has met Aiden knows that he's not some. If you talk one-on-one with him, he's not some like loudmouth asshole. That's when you put a microphone in his hand is when he turns into that. But people think they want to come see, like he thinks people want to come see the Turtle Boy experience, and I think people are sick of it by now.
Yeah, it feels like there's some fatigue. And you know, I'm sure there's
I think he's sort of the same. Like he's not a good person. It's not like being a shitbag and an asshole is an act. Like that is who he is. It's just like yeah, he's a pussy. So like I will never forget. Like I did this charity thing once when I was still with Turtle Boy. It was this bike ride that my friend was putting on for a veteran suicide thing. And I paid for Turtle Boy to sponsor it out of my own pocket, right? And then convinced Aiden that he could sell t-shirts there. And he donated 0% of the proceeds to the charity, by the way. But my son was with me that day because he had to be maybe 9 at the time. And we got there early to set up and stayed late to help them take everything down. Aiden showed up late and left early. But one of the things my son noticed at 9 years old was that Aiden will not look you in the eye when he talks to you.
Yep.
Yeah. Bad sign.
100% right. He's always looking away, and
that must
has
be
like this
deep,
little
deep,
shy
deep
smile on his
insecurity.
face. Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good point. My son, when he met him, said that he thought he would be taller for somebody with such a big mouth.
Yeah, I think a lot of people did.
5'8" 3/4.
5'8" and 3/4. Yes.
Because I'm 5'9".
I don't know.
He comes up to like my shoulder.
My scientific height chart says otherwise, Kate. So I have all.
No, that's what he says. But I'm telling you, I am 5'9", and he comes up to maybe my shoulder. He's like talks about like, oh, Kate's huge. She's a giant bitch. Like I am tall for a woman, but not like freakishly tall for a woman, right?
Not
He's just I'm not 5'11" or whatever. Like my 17-year-old son is taller than I am. He's just a little man.
He was kind enough to stand next to a standard U-line traffic cone for a photo op. So I was able to go on U-line and get the exact measurement of the traffic cone and then extrapolate the remaining height between him and the cone. And so my scientific height chart says he's about 5'5". And then I was also able to cross-reference that with photos of Nathan Reed, Tom CPU, Will the Glare, and Mark Betterow. And so now I have them all on a chart. And I stand by my work there. I'm proud of that.
Well, Mark
part.
Betterow is about 5'2".
Yeah, he's much smaller.
Realistic, he is. Yeah, he's tiny. But I think Aiden is taller than that because
He
I'm
is.
5'5", and he was taller than me, a little bit taller than me.
Okay, well, you look at the height. I'll post the height chart, and you look at it, and you tell me if you think I'm.
I definitely don't think he's almost 5'9". I don't, because my husband
Definitely
is 5'10",
not.
and he's definitely taller than that.
Yeah. Yep. But I honestly, I don't know. Maybe I'm giving people too much credit, but I kind of wonder if part of the fatigue might be the fact that people are starting to see some things that maybe they don't like, or maybe they thought were true and are not true.
I haven't been looking at his viewership lately. Has anybody else seen that? Like, have his views gone down on his shows?
He's on a steady decline. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's most telling, and see if you think the same, Kate, because I know you've watched the end. What's really gone drastically down is the number of turtle chats.
Yes.
Like he'll read like 3 turtle chats, and he's like, "Anybody else? Anybody else?"
Yeah.
Right, and then he'll go,
I
"Oh,
think he's getting
no,
very
okay."
nervous.
Was he wearing his platform shoes?
Right, and then he's like, "I got to get on with my day."
Very nervous. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's getting very nervous. That I really think he thought. I don't think he thinks this motion to dismiss is going to go anywhere because it's not.
Nope.
And I think
Dead in the water.
really thought, he went around saying, "Oh, if Karen Read is acquitted, there go
I'm
my
gonna be-
charges." But why would your
No,
charges go away?
that's not how it
because Karen
works.
Was acquitted. You still harassed witnesses. You still
Yep.
did what you did.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if Karen was acquitted.
Nope. I said this way back
I
when
would
no
say
one
he doesn't
listened.
give
They said I
bad
was an idiot.
advice, but he doesn't take good advice, right? So, like,
I love you.
at
Let me know how it
first,
goes.
I was like, "Wow, his lawyers are terrible. Why aren't they telling him to shut up? Like,
Right?
why
I
aren't
said
they
the same
telling him
thing.
realistically?" But
Why aren't
I think they
he's
must be, and
actually
he just
looking at
doesn't listen because sometimes he has moments of lucidity where he realizes that, like, he may be convicted. Or maybe this isn't going to go that well, or maybe these motions to dismiss aren't going to work. So, like, somebody must be trying to drill into his head. Like, the situation's pretty dire. He just doesn't listen.
No, he doesn't. He knows everything. He knows it all. The night that he went to Lindsay's
That's
house,
an idiot.
everybody told him,
Shepherds.
"Don't go," including his lawyer. But he knew better.
Nice to see
He
you.
always knows better
Yeah.
than everybody.
And the only thing I wonder
No, it's
about
not guaranteed.
is,
It's still in the
it
talk
seems to me like
stages.
Kyle has a little more experience
By
than the other
$2. I got the click.
So
Get the clip.
I was really wondering if he was going to be the one to
I'll
tell
play
him
for you
to
guys.
shut the fuck
$2.
up, but apparently not.
I would never up my membership fees ever.
All right. So I got a text from a golf person, someone who does golf a lot. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good.
Okay.
I mean, today's Friday, and I'm shocked at, like, listen, I don't get a lot. I might get a couple every stream. I'm actually shocked at the lack today.
Always when she's
It's
about to do
Friday,
the big
damn.
reveal.
Tomorrow I have off, so
So suspenseful.
it's my only day off. I was hoping to be
Hold
able
on,
to
you
do
can't-
something.
You couldn't hear me?
No,
With
now
the
we
kids.
can.
No, now we can.
Oh, so when I go to the text, it won't go, but I'm going to paraphrase what was just told to me. So you have either 144 or 72 people for a golf tournament.
Yes.
Okay.
36
18 hole. Yes. 18 holes. And so it's either whatever. I can't remember the math now, but essentially what this person is saying is that if he has 144 left, that means that he has not sold one.
Right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, because you would start 2 groups per hole, right? Because there are 18 holes on a golf course. That's why there were 36 groups of 4. And he's like, "We got 144 left." Yeah, buddy. Nobody's coming.
Nope. No.
It's
They
so
don't know.
desperate.
So desperate.
And then he'll cancel it. And
Too bad. Sell your fucking house you grifted for everyone to pay for.
It'll
while
be
you
the
lied to
trolls.
them.
The trolls did it. Those damn trolls.
Yeah, it's all the trolls. It's us.
It's Kate.
did it.
It's always Kate.
Usually.
The golf course just couldn't take the risk
Yeah.
of having
Why
Turtle
wouldn't-
Boy.
why wouldn't he pick events that are in light? So he knows that his audience is mostly middle-aged women at this point. Like he talks about it constantly. Why wouldn't he pick an event that would appeal to middle-aged women?
Right? What a fucking idiot.
That's what I don't understand. Like a Cheez-It eating contest or, something where they can yell at
Well, let's
kids.
not give the turtle tank any ideas, but like, I mean, I could think of off the top of my head a million options that would be more enjoyable for his demographic, which somewhat overlapped with mine, although I think I actually have more male followers at this point because I am more of a man than Aiden Carney is, really.
That's damning with faint praise there, Kate. Come on.
I mean, my name is Jim. I'm Jim, so I'm obviously more of a man.
Well, no, I'm just saying I have less feminine tendencies than for instance,
Like,
if
come on,
my
bro.
key
It was a
fob
slap.
broke,
It was a slap.
I would know how to
people who
replace the
donate to
battery.
him.
Done it
That's why.
many times. I
And people
told
start
my
to
husband
realize,
that, and he almost had a heart attack.
I'm donating to this guy, and he's saying he needs help with his legal fees, and then he's taking that money and buying a house. Obviously, he can pay his own
imagine
legal
him
fees
with
and doesn't want
a
to.
flat tire, and I believe that he would
called
just
a
call
scam.
AAA instead of just putting the spare on himself.
Yeah.
Oh, he absolutely would.
Yeah.
He sure did. That was Ashley. No, she's not
That's
fine
sad.
now. She's absolutely not fine now.
He takes care of his pool.
She's one of my mods.
Well,
That he had to record.
She was falsely
everything
arrested.
To take care of his pool is shocking to me that he doesn't just have somebody come over and take care of the pool for him.
She's not just fine now. The fuck? Ooh,
Like,
I would love bingo night. Let's do bingo night,
Like,
guys.
if I were
Let's
so
do bingo night here.
inept that I had
wish
to
it was
record the
vacation.
guy who
He's
came
on vacation, by the way, though,
to teach
right now.
me how to use a simple
He's on
pool pump,
vacation.
I would not
He can afford
share
vacation.
that information with anyone.
I can.
I mean, why?
And he needed a stylist. He needed a stylist to
And his stylist is
put on a
horrible.
suit for court.
To put a green T-shirt under a suit,
I
or
know.
a green
What the
tie
fuck?
on with a suit.
Weird.
Oh, he used to be so proud of that turtle boy tie and the green, the bright. The first time he was going to Karen Read, I remember
Yep,
this. The first
and
time he was going
Alexis.
to a Karen Read hearing, he texted me with the green shirt and he's like, "How do I look?" I'm like, "Not afraid. You look good. Go for it. Attaboy."
I think Natalie told him, "Hell no, do not wear that."
Yeah, she did, and put some moisturizer on.
Right. Drink a glass of water.
Drink some water, would you?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I know, but he still has to pay for everything else.
I think
Food. Yeah.
I'm out of this
So,
only for 6
still gotta
months, but I
spend.
can't imagine what it must be like for Kate.
I can't take a vacation. I only take one a year. I wish.
To do so, and so many people that separated for so many years to finally see what appears to be the downfall of Aiden Carney.
Yeah, there are a lot of a lot of veterans. Oof.
I mean, I know how I feel only 6 months out. I can't imagine, and the frustration that I felt that nothing was happening, and now it's finally happening, and how these people must feel, just watching all of this for so long.
Yeah. And like for me, obviously came to this much later than Kate. What's crazy to me is watching everything Kate said was happening be proven to be what was happening. Like every single thing.
Right.
Like Kate Stradamus, that's what I call her.
And he's still talking about the documentary that, is still going to be bought at some point, right? Somebody is going to buy it and stream it.
You know what? Maybe that person instead could buy 144 tickets to the golf
He could
tournament.
play it there.
Yeah.
Well, I know that he listens to mine. He's like stage 5 player here. So.
Outside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great idea. Somebody should get on that.
Yep.
So I just brought somebody up to speak. I don't know who they are. Snoo Compliments. Do you know who they are?
Yes, Snoo is an attorney.
Oh, hi, Snoo. I gotta follow Snoo.
Hello there.
How are you?
Okay.
You sound
I
better
think I'm
today,
well.
Snoo.
Okay, good. I'm on the phone today with the earphone mics and stuff, so
Perfect.
maybe that's better. So a lot of exciting things happening. It's kind of not much going on today. It looked like he's going to give him a bunch of stuff from Karen that she doesn't want to give.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty much a nothing burger today.
You
Did
know,
he have a hearing
just,
today or something?
There was a wrongful death hearing today, but
Oh, there was. Okay.
but Aiden's homework. So he said he was leaving for Truro, right? But his homework is due Monday or Tuesday. So he supposedly, in this amount of time, when he's been live streaming and yelling about his charger, he's been gathering, 3 years worth of documentation that is due in a couple days.
Oh, the one that he didn't
He's on vacation.
didn't get in the mail, but then told everybody that he got served with already.
Right.
That
Then
stuff?
read it on the
that
air.
one. Yep.
Yeah,
Read
that's
it on
all
the air,
due.
but then said he didn't get it
Yeah,
Yes.
that's all due. So he's just
Yeah,
in
he's-
town.
on Monday.
he's just going for full immolation.
Yeah.
Full, he's not, there's not going to be much left of him,
Yeah.
It's gonna be
That's what they said. When apparently Saddam Hussein used to go around to people and, imagine you putting your thumb on your last knuckle of your pinky, right? And he'd say, when I'm dead, there won't be this much of me left. Like he's going to get blown up. It's going to be some dramatic thing.
Yeah.
Of course, it's dramatic.
Well, it should be real interesting next week when that
yes,
deadline comes and goes. Because what's weird, Jen, in case you didn't know this, is that like the attorneys haven't even like filed in on this issue. His attorneys.
Oh.
Yeah, he has no attorneys in the wrongful death case. He's not a party to it, but
Right, that was my question. It was in a Karen's case.
Right.
yes, but he is a non-party witness now. So generally speaking, when you go in for a deposition, you need an attorney there with you. He's supposed to be deposed on 7:30. His complaining about he's calling it a fishing expedition and overbroad, blah, 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 is not best served to be done on a YouTube stream. It would be best served to have an attorney file objections, but instead he just sat on it for 3 months and is now bitching and moaning. And Monday he's supposed to turn everything over. And, I'm sure that Attorney Diller is aware by now that he made the comment that their request encompasses every text message in his phone for the last 3 years. So he's hopefully going to be giving that to them because that's what he said the request encompasses. So.
Right. And what was that?
And he's doing this all on his own. He has no attorney for this, is what you're saying?
So far, yeah.
Not in any official way.
So far.
And what was the other thing he said that indicated that he opened the door to his entire phone, Kate?
Yeah, he said he goes through the requests, and one of them was like every text message, email communication regarding the death of John O'Keefe and the police investigation, and he blurted out, "Well, that's every single text message in my phone from the last 3 years."
I did hear that. I did hear
Right.
that.
So I was like, what an idiot! Because to trust and believe, I'll give the internet my firmest assurances. Mark Diller's going to see all of that.
Yeah.
He may already have. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Fucking idiot.
Right. Yeah, I mean, right. Technically, he already turned it over when he put it on the internet.
Right. And he's going, oh, just my phone extraction. Like, nah, his phone extraction only goes till October 11th of 2023. Yeah, they want it all. So, I mean, all that bragging about, who he was talking to and what he was doing, like now they're coming to collect.
Right.
So what I'm confused about, so
And
when
they
he
will.
went to jail, Courtney and Tina had his devices, his new devices.
And his lawyer lied to the court. Lied to the court.
Facts that, so Courtney had his phone
I
because
knew it.
she used to communicate with Aiden's daughter as Aiden.
What?
That is psychotic.
That's fucking weird
Yeah.
and
What
crazy.
in the
But Courtney's also
world?
fucking loop
That
de
is
loop, in my
psychotic.
opinion.
She would
Dealt with
text
her.
his daughter
Lunatic.
at night from him, like, Daddy loves you.
No.
Because they didn't know where he was. They didn't know he was in jail. They thought he was away working. So
What a piece
he
of
would,
shit.
Oh my
so
God.
Courtney would text every night from Aiden. And I know this for a fact, 100%. I'm not
I mean,
making this up.
that's insane. I mean, I understand wanting to shield kids from unpleasant stuff, but to go to
Sure.
those lengths to lie to your own children, especially when like his arrest was all over the news, like what a piece of shit. No wonder his daughter doesn't trust him.
Well, and to
Right. And
give
then,
an adult access to your child?
yes, and then Tina had the computer because Tina was the one that did the article. So he would call Tina every day from jail and dictate the blogs, and then she would write them and put them out as him. And I know, like, Kevin and stuff has said that I did that. I never had anything to do with that, and I wouldn't know how to.
Wow.
I didn't want. They would invite me over for like Aiden when they first got the devices to like go through his devices, and I was like, there's not enough bleach in this world to wash my eyes out of seeing what's on Aiden Carney's phone. And I would say it as a joke, but I just didn't want to be involved with it. But I know that they downloaded.
Courtney's an actual Looney Tune in real life.
They made a copy of his.
Wait a
Shoot,
minute.
we're losing you.
Yeah, we're losing. Tina Murray did? That's good to know.
The girls downloaded his phone?
Probably,
So
yeah.
there's a
I have a
whole
little-
copy of his.
Didn't have any money. So I remember exactly what to make a copy of his phone.
We only heard like a third of that. I know it's something we wanted to hear 100% of.
Yes.
Okay, now. Okay, so
Yes.
I know that Tina had Courtney had the phone. And they made a copy of it so that Tina would have a copy, so they could both go through the phone at the same time. And I know that because I paid for it. I paid to do the download for them. I remember the exact credit card that I used. I gave it to Courtney. They had a program that could download a copy of his phone.
Seriously?
Weirdo.
100%. I would bet 100%.
Why would you do that? That's weird.
In my guest bedroom, folding laundry, and I was talking to Tina and Courtney on a three-way call, and Courtney was trying to mirror image Aiden's phone, and she didn't have any money, and Tina never had money, and I know because when we went out to dinner, I paid, and I know that I said, "Oh, I'll give you my credit card." It was like I could probably go back and get the date of it from this credit card.
I bet you could.
Yeah, I absolutely could.
What was the purpose of the mirror image of the phone?
So they each had one. So like Courtney had the physical phone, but Tina had a copy so that if they were going through, like they went through all of his Facebook messages, all of his Gmail, Turtle Boy, whatever Gmail message, because I remember they would call and be like, "Oh, Erica Madden, this is what she wrote."
Oh my gosh.
July of 23, but they had those devices for the whole time.
And why were they going through all of his messages? For him or for something else?
I don't know if they were going through it for him. I mean, I imagine they must have been looking for both. Like I didn't really work with Bradel that much at all. I think I was more of a connection to bring all of them together. More of active on anything to do with the case.
I don't know.
Right.
I was an attorney. I didn't speak to Aiden. Hold on, let me move.
I have questions.
Let me move.
I have questions.
I
I have questions too.
You have questions. I just have to
I've got
drop something
questions.
off at my ex-husband's house. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you now.
Okay.
So
I just have to
when
let me
he
just
was
drop
in jail,
something. I'm gonna run out of the car for
okay,
1 sec. I just have to drop something at my ex-husband's door. Hold on, give me 1 second.
No problem.
I can hardly contain my excitement.
I think I remember her saying this one
Well,
other
and the
time.
difference from Jackson, Salixon offered some comments outside the courthouse.
Oh, did they? Oh, I'll have to listen to that. Was that on WBZ?
I don't know. I just saw it on YouTube, but it was very anodyne. It was very. We're working to get the depositions done. Yes, it's a deadline, but we're working. We're working to narrow the subpoenas. We're working to get the depositions. We're
Did you
taking
say
depositions.
Jackson?
Salixon.
No,
In contrast to Jackson, Jackson was a no comment.
Right.
Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Now we can hear you.
Okay, let me find. I don't want to sit in front of my ex-husband's house. 'Cause he'll be like, my son's going to Portugal tomorrow with his girlfriend
How
for a week.
exciting.
And
Oh my gosh, I've been there. It's beautiful.
he went last summer. He went to Lisbon and the Azores, and he loved Lisbon.
Azores, that's where my
so he
ancestors are
decided
from.
to take
Azores.
his girlfriend there this summer for a week. So they're leaving tomorrow, and he needed underwear. So I had to drop off some underwear for him to his dad's house.
That's so mom.
Yep, very
Boys and
mom.
girls travel so differently because
Very
last
I
summer
have
my
girls.
daughter went to went to a few countries in Europe, and she just bought like all new clothes. I was so confused by like 3
This is
different
what we do.
swimsuits. Just like, why are you buying all these clothes? I didn't have to get her anything. She just went on like a shopping spree pre-vacation.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Well, he would go on a shopping spree with my credit card, so I'd rather bring him the clothes that he already has.
Clothes are very expensive over there too, by the way.
Yeah, his girl's old. She's like right on it, so she's helping him pack and everything. So
And
I trust her.
for any fellas out there, this is a little tip. I once bought a pack of underpants in Germany.
My
And
ancestors are from the
I went to like
Azores.
Oktoberfest or something.
I'm a weird
like,
mix.
Drinking a whole lot of beer and stuff. And you know,
Portuguese,
nature will call.
Irish, Spanish,
male,
Puerto Rican,
and
so Scotland, Ireland,
do not come
Azores. I did the 23 and it traces all my ancestry, and my Portugal side is
so you have
from
to
the
like
Azores.
push panties down.
They are trying. There is literally a government
As a
program to
compliment.
get men to stop standing up and pissing.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Germans they're a whole nother
They
breed.
want you to sit down.
They're a whole other breed. They want the men to sit down because they piss everywhere. They piss like fucking barnyard animals. Okay, but you know, believe me, it was not a pretty sight trying to get things going. You know, one part of the body says it's time to go, and then you're fumbling around with that thing. Like, where's the fucking thing here? You know.
Okay, back to
all right. Sorry.
to the girls.
Go ahead.
Back to my questions.
Yes.
Yes. I got questions.
For the
So if
rest
he
of-
was in jail and his paralegals had his phone, and he claims to have been communicating with the friend of the leaking grand juror, they were actually communicating with the paralegals.
Say that again.
So he is in jail. The
Good point.
paralegals have his phone. He claims he was communicating through DMs with the friend of the leaking grand juror. And he has now changed his stance. Before he said that the grand juror never said that she had a friend on the grand jury.
I've
But
never
he's
heard
changed
anything
that
about the
stance.
grand juror. I don't know if they were communicating with her. It was never mentioned to me, and they basically told me everything.
Yeah.
He was getting emails about the federal grand jury before his phone was seized by the police,
Yes.
right? Because we know in the
Yeah.
messages. So I don't know beyond that how
He
many
just
communications they had.
Well, I've been asking him, but he won't answer me.
Yeah, my hair is like pitch
But
black.
that is an interesting question, right?
Because
Whether
he
It's not
said,
black, really. My mother's
he
is.
said recently
Mine's
the
wavy.
grand juror the grand juror's friend
think
reached out
that's
to him, said that she
my
had a friend on
Portuguese
the
side
grand jury and was giving
fighting
him
with my Irish
tips.
side.
And then he
Literally.
said that that's how he found out about the CDL leak and that he posted it about the CDL leak. So I asked him if you were in jail, who was communicating with the grand juror's friend and who posted about the CDL thing. And he did not respond.
Of course.
interesting.
Huh.
So,
But I'm curious if you were monitoring a client's phone as a legal or whatever.
Well, Bradle
on the
lied to the
team,
court and told the court,
and
like,
you
he
received
didn't have his
messages
phone.
that
We didn't know where it
indicate there might be
was
a
or
leak from
something,
the
or he
grand
threw it in a
jury, do you
river or something
have a
like that. So
responsibility
he lied
to
directly to the court, knowing where his
something
phone
about
was.
as an officer of the court,
And also
I'm
proper
sure.
false
or like
evidence
the
in
lawyer
court.
that's
Bradle
overseeing
knew.
the paralegals that are doing the work for him.
right?
I don't know.
Yes.
I feel
so,
like they would
somehow,
have said
yes.
Lies,
something
catching
to
him
me,
in
though.
endless
I feel
lies.
like they would have told me, unless Aiden was communicating directly on his Securus
Maybe.
Yeah, no, he said
messages from Dan.
XDMs.
He did say
Yeah, he couldn't have accessed his ex DMs in
No,
prison.
Courtney managed his ex because the first night, it was like 3 days after he went in jail, she made a post that said something like, "Oh, hey there," and people were like, "Oh my God, Turtle Boy!" Like they really thought it was him on his ex account
idiots.
from jail.
Fucking
His name was Courtney.
idiots.
I mean, that's
How did they
psychotic.
did it all?
That's
I've
crazy.
posted, I asked, I have a post up. I asked. He did not respond. And then I got into a little timeout.
Uh-huh.
An
Yeah, you get time out.
Yeah,
Well,
she got an
sort
ex
of.
timeout.
It was like I didn't get suspended or anything, but apparently I was like not a real person and I was manipulating the platform behavior.
Oh my God.
I got reported a lot for.
That's ridiculous.
It's like getting put in the corner.
Right? With the
It's like
dumb
you're
tap.
in the room.
You go in the corner,
You can't do anything.
you're in trouble. You can't only read, you
Yeah,
can't do shit.
Courtney and Tina were really the
Absolutely.
managed
Bradle's
everything
also
for
unethical
Aiden
already.
when he was in jail, as far as
So,
as much
he also
like,
lied to a
even
judge's
paying his
face
bills,
multiple
like
times.
paying the cable bill for
my
Julie,
God.
or paying
Wild.
the car insurance. Like
Wild.
she had access to his bank.
Oh,
And
fuck
what
that.
made me so nervous is
Give
when he
crazy
first went
Courtney that
in,
access.
and she
Mm-mm.
had access to all this, and I hardly knew her. And I
Right?
wrote him a
Subpoena
message
incoming
while he was in jail and said, "You've just handed your entire brand over to a woman you do not know.
And she's also a Looney
She could
Tune, so that's
destroy
smart.
10 years of your work with a single
Yeah, hand it over to her.
keystroke.
Dumbass.
And I don't know if you should trust her." And Laura in London was concerned as well. And then she just kind of, Courtney would say like, nothing is posted or nothing is told to Aiden without going by me first. And I remember saying, "Who the fuck do you think you
Lunatic.
are?
Right?
Like, you don't even know him.
She's
You
kooky.
came out of nowhere."
So she had, I need you to repeat.
She's a lunatic.
She had his online banking login.
Yes. So, because they had his computer and his phone. So I guess he must have just had his password stored. So like he would call Courtney, like 8 or 9 times a day from jail, and he'd be like, "Can you pay my car insurance? Can you pay the cable bill for Julie? Can you yeah." So she was paying all his bills for him while he was in jail, collecting all that money, transferring money from YouTube, documenting what went from YouTube into his account. Laura would manage like merch that kind of stuff, Laura in London. Yeah, so while people thought I did all that, I did nothing. They did everything. And Tina, wrote all of the blogs. Tina wrote every single blog. I think Meredith helped on one or two at the end, but other than that, it was all Tina.
Wow.
She could have destroyed his entire brand by
I knew about it back
behaving
then.
with common courtesy, offering people
Right.
praise and support,
Right.
being
Being a nice
understanding,
human.
understanding and forgiving.
Donating.
Yeah.
And I'll say
Like,
this.
I know a lot of you are struggling out there right now, but just let you know, Turtle Boy, has been there. So, this is a shoulder to cry on.
I told Kate this. I think like a month or two ago. So the Lindsay Pocket, I'm waking my kids up audio, right?
Right.
So he totally he did manipulate that. And Bradle
Already knew that.
too.
Bradle knew it,
Courtney
and
went out to
quickly
lunch
gave it to the
with
judge.
Bradle, and right
Knew it.
after Aiden went to
I
jail.
already knew about this.
And Courtney had Bradle's computer. Courtney had Aiden's computer, and they found both versions of that Lindsay breakdown. One where he's saying, I'm recording, right? Yeah. And one where he does not say that.
Uh-huh.
So Bradle knew, and Bradle presented to the court that it was
valid.
Bradle
I already knew
presented to
that.
the court that it was valid.
Real.
And he knew that it wasn't.
He's a fucking liar and an unethical piece of shit.
Unbelievable.
I'm shocked. Tom Bradle or Tim Bradle? Tom Bradle was a quarterback.
Tim.
Tom.
No, Brady.
Oh, I was again. Shocker.
Yeah.
I mean, when
there's-
you think about the
I don't remember a lot of things, but sometimes, like, I don't remember a lot, but sometimes when things like people ask me questions, it kind of comes back to me.
Yeah.
That the things that Courtney and Tina told me, and then I had a falling out with Courtney, like in January.
Courtney's a
February,
lunatic.
when the lawyer
Looney
thing
Tune.
happened with Mello. And then so basically from like for like a month of the 2 months that Aiden was in jail, I knew everything. And then I still did, because I was still friends with Tina, and Tina would tell me shit.
Right.
I'm not going to ask you exactly, but I mean, he did say like he was taking him $40,000 a month. Do you know if that's anything like in the ballpark?
Absolutely. So when you think about his Turtle Club, for one, which went up, so that's what, $5 a month. So he probably had, I think he had a couple thousand, 2,500 people in Turtle Club. So that's $10,000 right there, right? And then you've got subscribers to, well, he wasn't monetized then.
Right.
Mike was 100% right not to play it.
He had to have had more Turtle, because I worked it out one day where it was a ton of money just on the Turtle Club alone.
Yeah, because even now it's a lot of money. Because I looked, I can't remember what I looked like a month ago or whatever, and even so, it's a lot of money. And then of course
he makes a lot of money, a lot, and I wouldn't be surprised if you looked at his bank account right now and he's got $500,000 in
yeah.
there. I wouldn't be surprised.
Absolutely.
I mean, and
he's
now
not
that
broke,
he's monetized,
no matter how
on
much he's
YouTube
panicking.
again,
Mm-hmm.
you're
He's gonna
talking
have to pay his
how
own
many
shit.
subscribers, not subscribers, but members does he have? So you've got that. Plus you've got Turtle Club. Plus you've got the merch, and he was making a ton on Karen Read merch and wasn't giving any of that to Karen. A ton on Karen Read merch.
Right.
And then he would go on with the Turtle, with the Turtle chats and he built his own platform away from YouTube so he could get all of the money in Turtle chats.
Yeah, because he kept getting demonetized.
Yes, he kept getting demonetized. But now that he's making the money off of ads on YouTube again, if he does a 2-hour morning stream right now, he's making probably $300,
Yeah,
$400
easily.
just off that. Yeah, because of
Well, at
the
160,000 subscribers and views, probably.
and then everybody, when people back in the heyday or whatever they call it, I mean, he was making probably $4,000 or $5,000 a night in donations.
Yeah.
Right, directly
Do
to
you-
his
do you-
Cash App.
Yep. And that's a lot more than
Do you-
$40,000 a month.
Yeah, he was making a lot of money. I mean, I'm sure Meredith knows more, and I don't know if she would, she's a good person. I don't know if she would reveal that. Just, she's an accountant and all that. So that probably wouldn't, but he was making a lot of money. He's still making a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah, he is.
He put
Well, why would he send, if that were so.
Agreed, Isles,
Okay, so
agreed.
if that were so, why doesn't he send a lawyer to do something with this?
He's cheap. He is very cheap.
He's cheap. Oh, he's so cheap.
He has
Very cheap.
people.
So cheap.
Yeah, money is just to be hoarded.
I knew
He
all
does
of this,
not-
though. I've
he
said all this a
got
billion times, I feel like. Broken record.
someone on the internet to buy his daughter like a vanity for her bedroom, and it's like
I
this
wish. I don't even have a vanity.
Chinese
I would love one.
crap, and he got an espresso machine.
And he couldn't even put it together.
Right?
No.
Me and my
they're not
husband put
hard
this test
to
together
put
by
together.
ourselves.
Yeah, but
Lydia,
he-
can I interrupt
Meredith
for a
put
moment?
together the bunk beds. Meredith put together the bunk beds for his children when he first moved out.
He's-
I'm
Meredith
sure
put
she
those
did.
together for him.
Okay.
He carried a Christmas tree up
How
the
many-
flights of stairs too.
Lydia, can I interrupt for 1 sec?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh.
Did you see Julie Carpenter's post?
I sure did.
What's it say?
Do you want to hear
Yeah,
this?
you do.
Okay.
I do.
This was an epic smackdown of all of the rumors and gossip around the tweet and the leak from last week. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, I
Bruce?
am.
Okay, so this is what the judge said. Endorsement on motion for reconsideration of order delaying the deposition of Michael Proctor denied. So if you missed it, there was the ass whooping about the leak where he made all the attorneys come in. He gave them an ass whooping. He said, and is something's been sealed, it's been sealed. Stop doing this shit. Go home. It's the 4th of July. So then Alan Jackson, who wasn't allowed to dramatically dance around the courtroom, filed this motion to reconsider the order delaying the deposition of Michael Proctor. So it's denied. I have been presented with the motion for reconsideration of my order precluding further attempts to take discovery from a non-party, Proctor, pending further orders of the court, an opposition, and a reply. Ms. Reed's attorneys are reminded of the provisions of Superior Court Rule 9A that a reply memorandum is to be limited to matters raised in the opposition, which were not and could not have been anticipated and addressed in the moving party's initial memorandum. The motion misstates what I said. What I said was orders of the court have been violated, either directly or at the very least in spirit. I did not say what is stated in the motion, that an attorney with an appearance in this case had violated the letter or the spirit of the rules. That's his guilty conscience, right?
Yeah.
I also did not state on the record that I had stayed the second day of Proctor's deposition, but rather stated that because of the disclosure of sensitive private information, I temporarily stayed further discovery of the non-party. I acknowledge the information in the motion as to the time of a June 8th, 2026 post on X. However, such information does not allay the concerns that gave rise to the order, especially the content of a June 25th, 2026 post on X. The motion for reconsideration is denied. And do you want to know what the post was on June 25th, 2026?
You're going to love it.
Hayden Kearney.
Yeah.
Breaking news. Michael Proctor claimed to have a panic attack out today and left his deposition. I have personally verified that, and then he left out a word, was seen outside being consoled by his lawyers who were asking him if
He won't
could
invest
continue.
anything.
No word yet.
I agree with you.
He did. You know who's the daddy in this situation? It is not Aiden. It's Mark Gildea.
Yep.
Oh.
You guys should really keep, stalking the witnesses outside of their depositions and
For sure. You should definitely
totally do that.
Yeah, that's going to really,
Yeah.
it's just
Save
going
them
to
a
get
little
the
bit of
from you
time.
guys.
It's like the bigger problem there is that he was talking about things that supposedly happened in the deposition. So the only people that were there were Proctor, his lawyer, and all the other attorneys, and of course Karen Read was there. So how did he find out about what happened?
Because Karen
I'm
Read took a
convinced
picture
he
from the
talks to
window.
Karen.
Yes,
I'm
we are
convinced
too.
he talks to Karen.
Yep.
Somebody said to me, no, Karen would never speak to him.
I
She's
have
not that dumb. Yes, she
sources
is.
that do talk to her that say no.
They are
She hates him.
absolutely speaking.
Yep,
I don't know
agree.
for a fact. If I did, I would say I know 100%. But the way that he has said, I might be talking to her, I might not.
Yep.
Just let our relationship is fine. But how could she? I lost after that tweet and knowing that she was the only one that could have, unless it was somebody that was documenting, who worked for the court or worked for who was documenting the deposition or this or that, but it had to have been her.
Yeah.
No other way. It had to have been her.
Yeah.
And I lost
she took
all
a picture.
respect for her.
Yeah. No. She's
What a
not
piece
having
of
a good day
shit.
today.
I mean, Proctor is a racist dick, but what a piece of shit.
Yep.
I think that one thing, now somebody disagreed with me about this, but I've looked into it. There is no obligation to share documents with your client, particularly confidential ones.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
There's absolutely no reason for Karen Read to see that.
Right.
They could tell her, oh, Proctor put in a thing, he's wherever he is, or something. They have to keep her informed. That's committed to the attorney's discretion. But they do not have to give her that document. They do not. They can just say, hey, I don't want any unnecessary copies of this floating around.
Right.
Like, what could she possibly say? It's a fact thing. It's like, oh, I'm here. I've been diagnosed with this, or whatever. I'm here at this facility. I'm being treated by Dr. X, Y, and Z, whatever it is. What's she going to say? Like, gee, that doesn't sound like, that doesn't sound like a generalized anxiety disorder to me. That sounds a little bit more like, histrionic personality disorder. She has no facts to bring to it. You might show clients documents that have facts in them, that have recitations in them. You might, if it's like a business thing, sometimes you get all these fucking spreadsheets and shit, and you're like, I can't make heads or tails of these, but that's their documents, for accounting purposes and stuff. Sometimes those documents can be difficult to understand, and you might show those to your clients. But most of the documents, and particularly the legal documents, there is no freaking reason to send like briefs and stuff, especially pre-filing, to them. I mean, maybe after, because that's what they're paying for. So you show them, okay, this is what I filed. But it's not like they're helping. They don't have anything to add. Their job is they can provide facts.
Wouldn't everybody know that she is the only person? And how could he be so stupid to throw her under the bus like that again?
Well, that's all he knows how to do. And she'll throw him under the bus too. I mean, that's just who
and
they
she
are.
didn't tell him because she wanted him to keep it quiet.
Right.
Right. You're right.
Right? She told him because she wanted it announced. She wanted it out there. The
There might have
email
been
that
some,
came in about the details, like the email tip that he got about the details, sounds very much like the tips that he would get from her and how he would announce them on his live stream anyways.
Exactly.
The June 6th one.
I bet they're on this very childish thing, like, oh, they make an anonymous, email account and pass things through. Oh, I didn't get it from Karen. I don't know who. XYZ 147 204 is this, or something,
At
It's like,
protonmail.com.
Originally, I think it ended.
admitted. We know that they did
Yeah.
that. I mean, they did that through Turtle Chats. They got information
Well,
too. Sorry, I'm
when
watering my
Aiden was in
tomatoes.
jail, when Aiden was in jail, and when he wanted me to ask Karen a question from, like, there was a question he would say, "Can you ask the main character?" Here's an example. If I can write about the altered police report when Caitlin left the house, because the first one said she left at like 12:30, and then there was a new police report that said she left at 2:30 or something. And I would have to message Karen, and she would get really angry, but it was just an indication that he was asking her everything. I mean, he dictated a letter to Karen while he was in jail.
It was love letter.
So they were, his love, that was dictated through me. And
Sorry for the cringe.
I don't know what was going on in my head then. I feel like I've come out of like I don't know, this dark kind of curtain that was over me for 3 years, you know?
That's why you have to have a conversation with New, because I think New feels the same way.
Yeah, she does, for sure.
Like it's like leaving a cult.
It really is. It really is. And you see everything so clearly. And bless my husband, because he never really was a fan of Aiden's. He's not on social media, so he doesn't, he's on Facebook, but he doesn't like.
It is leaving a cult.
Read a lot, and he wasn't really familiar, and he didn't love the fact that I was friends with Aiden because he thought he was dangerous, but he respected the fact that I was friends with him. And now he's just like, I've been telling you, I'm so glad that you're out of this.
Yeah, that must have been wild to watch.
Yeah, and my son too. So it just it really is. And I see Karen in a totally different light. You know, everybody looks at her like this celebrity and this wonderful person. She wouldn't even step around you. She'd step on your fingers with her Manolo Blahniks and walk on, and that would be the end of you. She doesn't give a shit about anybody.
No, well, she gives a shit about Karen, and that's it. You saw her Karen, like Buffalo. Yes. You saw her like Buffalo over that lady in the court that day, right? Where she just like shoulder checked her and just kept going.
Yes.
Yeah, she's a beast.
She doesn't care. And even at her, I only met Karen once. I only saw her in person once at that Friends and Family fundraiser back in November of 23. And even then, it was just, she was like, "Oh, call me, text me, let's talk, blah, blah, blah." Never spoke to her again. Never talked to her again.
Wow. After you had been the intermediary and everything.
Yeah.
When did you get involved with this crowd? Sorry,
so
go ahead.
I was the first one. So I was the first one that was on Facebook at the end of March, beginning of April of 2023, saying that I felt like something was off, that Officer John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car. And Natalie reached out to me and said, thank you for your support. And then I introduced Natalie to Aiden, and that was how it all started.
But when did you start with Turtle Boy?
Oh, 2020, 2019.
So
when Kate was still writing for Aiden, I would.
Okay, so like, what was the first thing you saw? Like, I knew he was all ginned up about the trans stuff, right? Was that what he was doing then, or what was?
Oh,
what
no,
was the...
I'm a fierce liberal Democrat, so that's not something that would get my attention in a good way. I think it was just, I liked the Food Stamp Fridays, and I liked when he would call out people for parking in handicapped spaces. And I liked those kinds of things. And I really liked Kate's writing. In fact, I came across on an old Facebook account where I had messaged Kate back in like 2020 or 2019, saying how much I liked her work.
So Food
that
Stamp
was
Friday,
it.
what do you go to the
So
supermarket and catch people buying steaks with food stamps
no,
or something?
people would send him like Facebook posts of people like selling their food stamps. So he would like comment. It was like ratchets. He would be like, "Oh, this is a ratchet who sells their food stamps," or "This is a ratchet who parks in a handicapped parking space," or
So
this
gross.
is
Like,
somebody
you don't know what
who,
anyone's going through, you know?
like funny things from the courts. I think he had a lot of intel in like the courts, harassment orders, restraining orders, like just things that were not
To be private.
real deep. And then
Shit.
he wrote an article about a nonprofit in
It's
Worcester
deep for those
called
people.
Mosaic, and that really
For the people involved.
piqued my
It's deep,
interest.
it's private.
And then he wrote about Ali Bibo, and her father was a judge, and she was pulled over, and she was on heroin, and she tried to bribe the state police, and it was kind of like that corruption inside the state police and stuff that I really
It is more
liked.
exciting, more salacious, you know?
Once I kind of saw it from,
Unfortunately, it's not always the
I
truth.
guess what you would call in the inner circle, and saw how it really goes. It's not really him who's doing any research. It's just people sending him shit, and he's
Yes.
just writing about it.
Yeah, you can see that from the extraction. Somebody's like, so and so didn't pay their taxes, and the next day it's on the blog, and there's no, because the
Right.
other thing about the extraction is we have all the Google searches. We know what research was done and what
We got all of
research
it.
wasn't done. We know
Right.
which, when he would get messages that said, I know Colin, he's a good guy, or I know
That's
Brian
my
Albert,
problem.
he's a
Like,
good
who
guy.
the
He
fuck?
did not look into those whatsoever.
Or the
Let's talk
dog
about
is in
anyone.
Vermont.
Or the dog is in Vermont. Exactly.
Right.
Let me ask you this. Did he try to kill himself before?
So he's always done that. So when Leah Genduso ended things with him, he went through a huge mental health crisis, where he was very honest about it, that he was in his basement, he wrapped a cord around his neck, and Leah wouldn't answer his phone calls, and Leah wouldn't talk to him. And he ended up taking a couple weeks off from writing, and getting some I think it was like a daily thing he used to go to. This was like before online or anything. He would go to the hospital support group every day from like 8 in the
Oh, that
morning
must be
till
great.
12. And
I've
he
got
stopped
Turtle Boy in
writing.
my group. Hey, you dumbass.
And then
That's great.
and then of course with Lindsay Gattani, and then of course with Meredith, it's always you'd be better off without me, the world would be better off without me, I'm just gonna end it all. But yeah, he did with Leah Genduso. He fully admitted that he wrapped
Okay.
a cord around his neck in the basement. Yeah.
So like the chance he does that now is like, pretty high. Sometime
I don't
before this
think.
is over.
Oh, threatening to do it? Yes.
No, he's gonna
Actually
kill
doing
himself.
it? You think so?
What makes you think that?
I mean, I hope he doesn't.
This is worse. It's gonna be worse.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope he doesn't either, but I mean, do you think he could do a year in prison?
I think he would do a year in prison, and he would, it would be in jail, so it would be at something like the Worcester County Jail or something.
What is it, a year?
I think he
Up
could
to
do
years
it
in
by
jail?
himself. Yeah, I think he would have a really hard time. I mean, I think it's
I
possible.
mean, you think it's possible he could make it?
No, I think it's possible that he would take his
Kill
life.
himself?
Do I hope
Yeah,
so?
I mean, I think that's totally
No.
No, I don't. Nobody hopes so about anybody. I mean, of course not. But I'm just saying, like,
I'd rather see
people
him
are
go to jail.
gaming out the outcome. I'd rather see him go to jail. I mean, he has children. He has lots of brothers and sisters. And what's his relationship like with them? And what was his relationship like with his mother or father?
So I think his relationship really improved with both his mother and father while he was in jail. His mother was a very, she seemed like an angel. Like, I had never met her, but I went to her funeral, and I can tell you she had a lot of people who loved her and respected her. She was very well known in like the Catholic community.
He was on the school board, right?
His father used to be a priest. His father was a priest, and then left the priesthood, and got married.
He was a priest, or he was in seminary? He went all the way through the seminary.
Yes,
Okay.
he was a priest. And his mother and father were very, I can tell you that all his brothers and sisters look like him. They all look alike. The Carney kids all look alike. They're all very educated, very successful. I think he's looked at as the black sheep. I think him being the oldest has something to do with it, just because, his mother was busy having kids. His mother loved him so much, because I know Ernie talked to his mom while he was in jail, and Ernie would tell me his mom loved him so much. I wouldn't use the word disappointed. I don't think they were disappointed in him. I think they wish that he had, I think she wishes he had done things differently. And, but she loved him a lot. And there were a lot of people who.
Do you think she knew what he was doing
Yes.
Do you think she knew what he was doing in like a granular way? I mean, like, oh, he's doing this. Is it like, no, he's calling Peg O'Keefe a cunt. Okay, what do you think of that? Carney.
I think she
You
learned
understand what I
a
mean?
lot when he went to jail. I think she learned more than she wanted to know when he went to jail.
Okay. And do you think they thought like, oh, this will straighten him out or something? Or I don't know.
Yeah.
And where's his father? His mother, and we all know his mother died during the trial, right? But
yeah, his mom
where's
died
his father?
in July of 2023 or 2024. His father is still in Worcester. I mean, I think he's just a grandfather and a father and a. I don't know what their relationship is at all. I mean, he does have a relationship, because I remember like Meredith would tell me they would have dinner and stuff. So I know they have a relationship, but I don't, from a personal standpoint, I don't know. And I don't want to say that I do. His father's a very nice guy.
All right. And he's what? He's one of 7?
Yeah, he's the oldest.
And the rest of them are all in the area, right?
They're all.
I mean, they're close by. Because his brothers and sisters all live.
No, some do. I know he has one that lives out in Pennsylvania. I think he has a couple that. I don't think all of them live around here. I think maybe 4 or 5 of them live around here, and then a couple are out of state. But they're all successful. Like, I know his sister's like a nurse practitioner. Another brother owns a restaurant. I don't know. I do know that none of them have ever come to one hearing of his, or were there when he went to jail or got out of jail.
They're embarrassed of him.
Do I think there may be a little bit of?
They did have some friction.
Do I think they're concerned that he'll go to jail? Yes. I think they're concerned about the kids. His ex-wife seems like, I've never had any sort of relationship with her, but she seems like a decent person.
I mean, I mean, that was the next one I was going to ask you about. I mean, like, that's the only impression you had, or not much, huh? She didn't make much of an impression.
She was never involved with anything to do with Turtle Boy at all. She did not like that he did it. I don't think she married a teacher. She wanted to be married to a teacher, and raise children, and he didn't. But none of his brothers and sisters are like him at all. None of them are like him. None of them.
Right. I mean,
it's
why,
strange.
Huh. I wonder what that is. And there's what? Are they mostly boys or girls? Do you know?
I think it's 4 girls and 3 boys, I think, or 4 boys and 3 girls. It's one of them. and so he's the oldest. The youngest is like, I don't know, 15 years younger than him or something like that, like still in their 20s.
Right. Now, here's a question. Maybe you don't have an answer to this, but I sort of have a theory. Okay, so he's only like what, 5'4" or something, 5'5". He's very short.
He says he's 5'7" and 5'8.5", but Lydia says he's 5'5". I think he's like
no
5'6.5".
I was within like 6 feet of him. I'm like 5'8". Okay, he ain't taller than me.
I agree on this. Space Ghost, 100%.
But I have this sort of theory. See, like I was as tall as I am.
Mathing.
But I was like 13 or 14. Okay, so I was not small when I was a teenager
because he hates himself.
Basically, the kids got taller. They kept growing, like in high school and even some college or something, right?
No, he only thinks about himself.
You know what I mean? So I didn't spend the years of 12 to 16 or 10 to whatever as being like small, But I think that that's the time when the physicality is very important. And, if he spent that period, maybe that's why he's so pugnacious, or contributes to it, I don't know. So
he's short. I mean, my son is 19 and he's 6'2", and then I look at, I don't know. It's just so weird to see somebody that's so different from every single person in his family. Like none of them are like they were like his brothers were in a choir, at Notre Dame.
They went to Notre Dame.
When I went to his mom's funeral. His family is very big Notre Dame supporters. I think his mom and his dad both went to Notre Dame. I know some of his brothers and sisters went to Notre Dame. At his mom's funeral, they had beautiful songs, something not like a fight song, but I think Notre Dame has a song, and the choir got up and sang this beautiful Notre Dame song. Like it was beautiful. And I'm Jewish, so I don't know anything about Catholicism and their services and their funerals and all that. And I walked out of there thinking it was beautiful and what an amazing woman Mary Carney was,
Right. What was her job before she was on the school board?
She's very educated. I want to say she was a lawyer. I want to say that she had a degree in law. Yeah, I want to say it's something to do with law, but then I think she was a stay-at-home mom for a lot of years. But I want to say that she was a lawyer, but I'm not positive.
Okay. Well, I guess I should allow somebody else to ask questions or make comments or do something.
I actually have to end this space because I'm about to get home and we're going for lobster rolls tonight. So I have to get in the house. Is there anything anybody wants to say before I cut this off?
Where are you going for lobster rolls?
We're going to go in Westboro, I think.
I got a song. Don't leave yet, Space Coast. She's about to end this. I got a song about holes you might like that I wrote while this was happening.
In Middlesex County.
No,
so we'll
not
see.
really.
Now, see, when I was up there, I went all the way to the north end.
It's definitely a disaster.
And I went
lobster roll?
That sounds delicious.
Yeah,
I'm starving right now, too.
I went to the Neptune.
We went to
the Neptune. That's what.
Yes,
I researched it.
There are.
The street from my house, and they're supposed to have a good one. Yeah, we'll see. This one's supposed to be monstrous, so we'll see if my husband he likes himself a good lobster roll. So
that's how I soak my head up.
200 is so he can make the maximum amount. I'm guessing.
Very easy to make him happy. Just give him a lobster roll and a margarita, and he's happy.
That's how I soaked my head after the verdict. I drove from Dedham down
with a lobster roll.
Yeah. Last year.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Well, it was nice talking to you all, and have a great weekend. And that's it. Bye, guys.
All right.
Bye. Oh, tacos sound so good. So yeah, there are still rumblings. Again, sources, can't tell you guys who the sources are. That's obvious, right? I keep sources very close and protected, unlike Aiden, who just throws them under the bus when he doesn't like them anymore. According to sources that we have, which have never been wrong before, they absolutely have been in, at least Aiden has been sort of in talk on whether he can or could take some sort of deal, possibly. Whether that actually comes to fruition depends on what he's willing to agree to and what he's not willing to agree to. And I think unless he pretty much concedes a whole shit ton, they're not going to give him a goddamn thing. Yeah, wait a minute. Let me play the song. I made a song. You know, he always likes to tell people they need to die in a hole, right? He wants people to sponsor some holes, right? All sorts of holes. He likes holes with anything with a pulse on a woman. So while we were listening to the spaces, I wrote a whole song about holes. I did it. I wrote a whole goddamn song. I'll get you the song when you leave, okay? Put a lot of work into this. And actually, it makes two. I put in all the lyrics that I wanted, but it makes like two separate versions of the song when you put in all the lyrics and tell them like what like you want it as. I wanted it as like a country satire, but it makes like two separate versions of that. So I haven't even heard it yet other than writing the lyrics, like knowing what the lyrics are myself. So you're all going to hear it first time, at least the melody with me, you know. Look, we're going to need to stop talking about food right now, okay? I'm hungry over here, all right? I'm hungry over here. It's been a slow Friday for the show, and I'm hungry. So, like, why do we always end up talking about food? Why? You're welcome. You're welcome. A lot of you don't have access, and I don't blame you. If I wasn't a content creator, I kid you not, I would literally not, and I mean not have it myself. It's a fucking cesspool. But I know a lot of you don't for your own goddamn sanity. So I know that like showing you the things you might not see is important to a lot of you. And so that's why we have a Twitter Tales segment to begin with. I think it's like too late unless he's willing to agree to like some jail time and giving up a whole hell of a lot of people that would even be worth it at this point. I think that time's passed in my opinion, but the state will still entertain it. Why? Well, they'll entertain it if he's willing to confess to a bunch of shit, give them some people, and do some shit, like do some time, because then they don't have to pay a shit ton of money to do a trial, right? So, to be fair, nothing you heard there in that space is something I haven't said about 1 billion times, going back 2 years and some change, probably 3 years, you know what I mean? Like, all of that I have publicly revealed way back when it was happening. Just people weren't listening back then. They were like, yeah, sure, you're just an idiot. Why would he ever do that? He's not that dumb. Why would that ever happen? Why would an attorney lie to the judge's face, Elise? You're just a fucking idiot. Twisted. Like, sure. And then I said, what did I say? Oh, come back to me when it's all publicly revealed and let me know how that worked out for you. You know? Oh, I said it so long ago. Those of you who have been with me long enough know like how long I've been saying all this, because you forget, like a lot of people forget, like I'm behind the scenes, but not behind the scenes, if that makes sense, right? So a lot of the behind the scenes information comes directly to me with like corroborating evidence to prove it right then and there. And so that's like, you know, also I've helped a lot of victims of his, a lot. And they give me a lot of evidence to prove it. And so some of these people used to be friends with him and used to help him with things. And they start to realize they were manipulated and lied to, and they make their way out like Jen did. You start to realize when he starts lying on top of lies, on top of lies, on top of lies, that he can't even remember the last lie he told. So he'll tell you a new one. And you're like, last time 2 days ago, he said this, but now he's saying this and that makes no sense. And so they start paying attention to it and they start figuring out like, he's manipulating and lying and playing the victim when he's not, in fact, the victim. But he's very good at playing the victim to the people who want to believe him, you know?
Some people chase dreams, some people chase fame. Me, I chase hoes. I got a flashlight, boots, and a folding chair. If somebody dug a hole, buddy, I'll be there. Forget the beaches, mountains, or the mall. If there's dirt missing, I'm answering the call. My neighbors all ask where you're headed today. I point at Google Maps and simply say, oh, patrol, that's my heart and soul. Dig a little deeper, I'm on a roll. Round one square, one's big, one's small. If somebody finds a hole, I'm investigating, y'all. Oh, patrol, oh, patrol. Oh, patrol, that's my favorite rabbit hole. Construction workers see me coming down the road. They whisper, there goes that hole guy. Lord, help us all. I measure, I photograph, I live stream every inch of holes. For Olympic sports, I'd never leave the bench. Oh, patrol, never getting old. Some folks buy sports cars, I collect potholes. Manholes, sinkholes, mud holes too. If it's got a hole, buddy, I'm coming through. I don't need diamonds, don't need gold. Just another mystery inside another hole. And everybody asks, why? I simply grin, because there might be another hole within. Oh, patrol, blow that whistle loud, leading all the whole fans through another crowd. Hey, digging, looking, round the clock. Some people chase dreams, I chase rocks and holes. Crowd cheers!
They have a second version. I don't know which beat I'm going to like better, because of course there's like this has another couple seconds left, but I don't know which beat I'm going to prefer. So this is going to be song number 1, and then you guys can tell me which beat is preferable, song 1 or song 2. I mean, he loves holes. There's a whole song for him, for your holes, Aiden, all the holes that you love.
Patrol, oh, patrol, oh, patrol, oh, patrol, oh, patrol, oh, patrol, buddy, I'm coming through. Folks.
Well, it's satire, so that's why it's country.
Some people chase fame.
Because it's satire.
Me, I chase holes. Oh! I got a flashlight, boots, and a folding chair. If somebody dug a hole, buddy, I'll be there. Forget the beaches, mountains, or the mall. If there's dirt missing, I'm answering the call. My neighbors all ask where you're headed today. I point at Google Maps and simply say, oh, patrol.
It's over here on YouTube.
That's my heart and soul.
Not over. It's a lot over here on YouTube. It's over here.
I'm on a roll. Round ones, square ones, big ones, small. If somebody finds a hole, I'm investigating y'all. Hole patrol. Hole patrol. That's my favorite rabbit hole. Construction workers see me coming down the road. They whisper, there goes that hole guy. Lord help us all, I know. I measure, I photograph, I live stream every inch. He pulls for Olympic sports, I never leave the bench. Hole patrol, never getting old. Some folks buy sports cars, I collect hot hole. Manholes, sinkholes, mud holes too. If it's got a hole, buddy, I'm coming through. Whoa! I don't need diamonds, diamonds, diamonds. Don't need gold, don't need gold. Just another mystery, mystery. Inside another hole, not another hole. Yeah, everybody asks why. I simply grin because there might be another hole within Hole Patrol. Blow that whistle loud, leading all the whole fans from another crowd. Digging, looking, round the clock. Some people chase dreams. I chase rocks. And holes. And holes. Crouching.
It was. I was chuckling to myself. I like the first one better too.
Hole Patrol. And holes.
That was fun. I like the first one's beat better as well, but yes, I was chuckling to myself because it was quite funny. It was quite funny. It was funny. My brain was like in its silly mode, and I was like, oh, it's coming out fast. I gotta write this down. I can't. I can't miss this. I can't do it. If I miss it, I won't get it back. Will not get it back. By the way, Leah, your hair looks amazing. I have some clips. It's a little turtle tanty. Just a little turtle tanty real quick. Get a clip, okay? Get a goddamn motherfucking clip. If lots of you on X, it's like over 300 of me watching on X, do me a favor, come over here on YouTube, just boop the like button real quick, subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Live chat's over here. You know, it's over here. It's over yonder. If you can donate to the channel, we would appreciate it. We're a small channel. It's Friday, people. It's Friday. What the hell is it? Dang it. Almighty. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's see. Where's the clip? Where's the clip? He gets upset. He's very upset. He's upset. Oh, yeah, upset. That one's the second one. Where's the first one? He's very upset. Oh, this pertains to his tanties, doesn't it? When the judge is like, did you just say turtle tanties? Did you just say toddler tantrum? Yes, Your Honor. I mean, like that.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
Wouldn't it have been amazing if Meredith could have just busted out this clip right then and there? Like, yes, Your Honor, like this.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
This is the turtle TNT I am referencing, sir. Your judgeness. I don't know. She claims every other day that she quits. Who freaking knows? I quit too. How about that? I quit. I rehired myself. I quit again. You know, I quit.
Play the video. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's already an exhibit.
There's a clip.
So you're worried about the neighbors, and you just caused him to completely collapse and have a mental breakdown. Just had a mental breakdown on your floor, right?
No, he's throwing a toddler tantrum.
Did
you say toddler tantrum?
Toddler tantrum.
Okay.
What was the tantrum over?
I don't even know at that point. He was filming me for over an hour and making content in my hallway and following me around my apartment, which he's now put on the internet. I don't know what he at that point. We were both intoxicated. He's the only one who's leaked these videos.
Play the video.
There, and it's all hidden.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Do it. Yeah. Judge is like, just say a toddler tantrum.
See, this was just breaking news, guys. Ready? Breaking news! Auntie Deb and I will be putting on a show at the Turtle Rider Cup for everyone who attends on August 3rd at 10 a.m. at Kettlebrook Golf Club in Paxton. But it's only going to happen if we can get 100 people to sign up. Registration is $175 per golfer or $600 per foursome. Comes with 18 holes of golf, a golf cart, a t-shirt, food, and a show afterwards. Oh, what about the Q&A? What happened to the Q&A? Did he already, like, you know, trash that idea? Like, you can ask any questions? Like, is that, I thought we could ask any questions. Like, I need to know. Is it $5 or more if I ask a second question? That's a very real question. We have no answers to it, and you will not answer our phone calls. We have independent media questions about this event and your case, and you will not answer us. But the funny part was you said that because John Camo did not answer you, that he was a coward and a bitch. And I mean, we called unblocked with our number and our name and 2 separate phones, and you did not want to answer our independent media questions. And you say it's totally acceptable and okay to ask independent media questions. Nothing wrong with asking independent media questions. But you do not want to answer those questions, sir, which is weird because, like, I don't want to pay $5 or more to ask a second question at your golf event that nobody bought tickets to. He has a 12-hole sponsorship. Signs available for $200 each. Okay, that's what it says. There are 144 spots open. So sign up today. It's a bad commercial. Oops, did a little back of the napkin math. 18 holes, 1 foursome per hole, 72 spots, right? 18 holes, 2 foursome per hole, 144 spots. No one has signed up for this. No one. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants it. Thank you, Isles. I appreciate that. Every little bit does help. If you can donate to the channel, you have direct options as well. We appreciate it. We are a small channel, so we only get by and keep this show running and going with the kindness of all of you. So even if you're catching us on the restream, think about possibly donating. We do try to read them. My brain off sometimes will get foggy and I'll forget, but we do often try to read them on screen the next day if we're not, you know, live when it happens. I kind of love those ones though, because it tells me somebody's watching it like later on. And it just gives you that warm, fuzzy feeling. You're like, "Aw, somebody appreciates, and somebody's watching from, you know, the replay." I love that. And you always have such nice, like, little, funny little sayings or something really nice to say. I love those. I do. Somebody made a bingo card. Gildea is corrupt. Casper is corrupt. Butt dials, destroyed phones, went for Karen, arrest the judge. Feds are coming. Bingo card. Grabbed a wrist. Charged with attempted murder, kidnapping, etc. These are his friends, right? And he's totally acceptably okay with people like Cripple and Will. But Timma, he does not like now because Timma does not subscribe to the Turtle anymore. And so he's now bad. He's bad. And Aiden has decided to say defamatory, not true things about him because, you know, he doesn't subscribe to the Turtle anymore. That's a problem when you leave a cult. Okay. You don't what? You earn a living shaming, harassing, and terrorizing victims. That's fucking rich, dude. And what does he say? A criminal complaint application has been filed by police. It was reported to the court, and a full year order was granted because of it. We don't victim shame here. Oh, you don't? Bro, that's literally all you do. That's your whole business plan, sir. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Where's the goddamn clip? Oh, Leah's dog's feeling better. So cute. So stinking cute. Just you want to scratch. Give it a scratch, your belly scratch. All right. Oh, here it is, I think. No, nope. This is the old clip of him saying that Karen's rather controlling. People seem to forget all of this happened when he tries to pander now. Like,
cool. But I certainly didn't fucking ask for that. And what happened the entire time? Well, quite frankly, like a lot of the time, it was just rather controlling. And
he's not controlling. Everyone else is.
Why aren't you talking more about this? Why aren't you posting this? You're like, oh, don't post this. Don't take that post down. Why is the Justice Group not allowing this to stay up? I got a whole fucking war with Sean of the Gulf over like her wanting me to keep up comments about the federal grand jury investigation in the Justice Group. Like I went to war with Sean over fucking her. You know what I mean? I did all this shit. And like,
no, you did it for you. Cool. You did it for you, buddy. You did it for you. For you. For you. Oh, that's it. Here it is. Here it is. This is where he says he floated the idea of upping his membership.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. My computer just shit the bed. Like,
No, it
fucking
didn't.
died.
They just bought him that computer, by the way. Let's not pretend that his computer magically shit the bed. I don't believe that at all. I think he just wants a bigger, better one, and he wants someone else to buy it for him. I work with what I got, buddy. I work with what the fuck I got. All right? What I got is very basic, and I work with what the fuck I got. My computer shit's bad. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna, increase the membership. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna increase the membership amount. That's what I'm gonna do. Make no mistake, he's not broke. He's just acting like he is because he knows he's gonna have to actually pay his own legal fees, and he would rather have everyone else do it.
Completely died.
It didn't.
I don't know what's going on. Like, the charger apparently is not working or something. Never fucking ends.
Okay, buy a new charger, bud.
Never fucking ends. Hold on.
It's not that hard. Never ends. I don't want to hear that
make
shit.
myself bigger.
You're on a phone, buddy. No, you can't.
How do I make
You're on a phone.
myself bigger?
You cannot. Your moves are bigger. Say about a C cup bigger.
Shit. Yeah, I know. It's not boomer shit. My fucking computer isn't charging.
Oh no! Wait, you can't run over to Best Buy.
So now, like, I do
Get a new charger.
Do I not? Do I or do I not stream every day on my fucking phone? Right.
So
I know how to do this, but for some reason, it's like the small thing. I don't know what's gonna happen, guys. I'm sorry about this. I don't know what's happening right now.
I fucking can't make this shit up. It's so wild.
My
So
computer
wild.
just shit the bed. Like, it's just not fucking working.
It didn't shit the bed.
I don't know if I can bring this up on my phone or not.
It did not die. I do not believe that. Not for one fucking minute. One of my computer screens is damaged, and I'm still working with it. It broke when I was moving. It didn't smash the screen, but it cracked the side here on the bottom. Thank God it didn't smash the screen. But, like, come on, bro. Like, are we for realsies right now? He's for cereal. He's for dead cereal. So cereal. The computer died. The fuck am I gonna do, guys? Dip into my account? I can't do that. I need you guys to do it. I can't dip into my own account, my own money. I can't. No. I need to recoup. Recoup, I say.
Okay, we got that. Okay.
I figured it out.
I can't even read the fucking chat because I'm not. Now I'm on my phone, and the chat doesn't appear on StreamYard. It appears.
Yes, it does.
I don't know what the fuck to do.
Yes, on your phone. Yes, it does.
My computer just won't work. It just won't turn on. So I had one of these chargers, right? Magna ones.
Okay, well, maybe it's not working, but.
Here. And sometimes I leave, like, see my cups there? Right?
That's what you're. Okay. All right.
And
Okay.
so sometimes I leave the cups there and the condensation overflows. Okay.
Well, don't leave the
And I
fucking
came
cup
down
there.
here yesterday,
Genius.
and there was some water that was built up here. And then the charger doesn't work. So I assume this thing just shit the bed. I have no idea. This doesn't work.
That would be a good
So that's
assumption,
not gonna
genius.
work. So I started using another charger. This one. This also plugs into the computer. And this can charge it. But apparently it doesn't, I don't know if it's just not as powerful as this one.
Duh.
Because the computer just died.
Oh. Okay.
It's been charged the whole time. It's been plugged in the whole time. It's just not working. And I don't know why. And I can't read any of your chat.
Yes, he can. That's all. Yes, he can. I can
Hold
read
on.
it on my phone.
Let me log
Yes, you
on
can.
to. Let me
It's
get
hard
my
to put on
other
screen,
phone.
but you can read.
I'm trying to see how I can do this.
I
If
got
it's
2
possible.
phones. He has more than 2.
I can try to do.
One for the plug, one for the load.
Is log on to my phone. Log on Turtle Club on my phone. My other phone.
It's third phone. It's for the hole. It's for all the holes. Things that involve holes. Right? Go buy a fucking charger, you loser.
Whew. It's hot.
Loser.
All right. The garage.
He asked yesterday if anyone would mind if he raised the subscription price by $2 because he needs money. Except he does not need money. That's not a thing. He just doesn't want to have to pay his own legal fees, right? I think there's no difference between his performative self-destruction for paid subscriptions and an OnlyFans model. It's just pornography and stuff. I love that for him. I do. But he was, oh God, no with that one. I can't do it. There's one other clip. It's an older clip, but it goes to show like how he backtracks now in his legal filings. And it's amazing. Where is it? I don't know if it's, I don't think it's the same one. Do it. Oh, maybe that is the one. Damn it. It's where he blames Karen and basically says like, she told me to do this and do that. And he signed the affidavit under pains and penalties of perjury that I wrote all the Canton cover-up articles myself. They were not funneled to me by Karen or her lawyers. Turtle Boy may have written or published the articles, but who had editorial control? He forgets that he says shit like this, and it's for the world. Like, what he doesn't understand is, like, all of that you admitted to when you didn't like her because you were just there to spite her, because that's what you were doing, spiting her at that point. Yeah, all that can be used in a court of law, sir. Court of law. It can be used in a court of law to show you're a lying liar that lies. Just a lying liar that fucking lies. Right? I couldn't do it, Your Honor. I'm just not answering subpoenas anymore. I don't think they're important. I don't think I did anything wrong. Therefore, I do not need to answer this court under any circumstance whatsoever. I got the subpoena. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. No, I didn't, Mr. Kearney. You read it on your platform. Well, Your Honor, that was satire. And I was just pretending that I got one, you know, for effect, you know. I could hear that stupid argument coming out of his attorneys. Well, Your Honor, we didn't actually get it. Mr. Kearney was doing satire. He was pretending that happened. And then it actually happened, and we didn't know. We didn't know, Your Honor. We simply didn't know. Fun fact with Aiden, 1 billion times, I kid you not, every lawsuit this dude has ever had where a default judgment was entered on him, he went to the court and went, "Wait, Your Honor, I didn't get it. I wasn't served. I was not served. I did not get it. Your Honor, you're going to need to get default judgment out. I was not served. I did not, nope, didn't get it. Was not served correctly, Your Honor." He's done it like 6 times. So now it's on record all these times of him claiming he wasn't served, right? That's not going to work again, bud. Sorry. Like, how many more times were you not served, sir? I'm going to serve you a fat cup of shut the fuck up and a side order of go fuck yourself. How about that one? How about that one? That's what I'm going to fucking serve you. A dinner roll? I'm starving over here, all right? Like, that's... I see the word roll and I'm like, ooh, sub roll, dinner roll? I'm fucking hungry. I'm in my fat girl era right now. I'm hungry, man. Like, I am in my big back era right now. I don't know. That's a good, I don't think he's, I mean, what choice would he have though? You know? What choice would he have but to refund them? Do I think he will? No, probably not. You're like, you guys, I had to pay a fee. So I'm sorry, but like I had to pay a fee to pay another fee to pay a fee. And so all that money went to the fee. And I can't just, you know, I got a checking in savings. Get back to me in 7 to 10 business days. The process servers don't wear body cam, but they are the service. So they can prove that they sign off that they brought it. And or if it gets mailed, it's certified. So like you have to sign for it. So there's no way around it on some instances for him. So, you know, Massachusetts is weird where they just like mail shit or let the process server drop it off. But he'll say, oh, that's not my address anymore. Okay, well, you didn't tell the court that you moved. And so he uses his ex-wife's address where he used to live and goes, well, I don't live there anymore, so I wasn't served, right? Like, if they subpoenaed in his ex-wife would have been like, yeah, he has it. We gave it. Absolutely. Like, is this for real? I can hear that little thing in the back of my head right now. Is this for real? It's like one of those little clips you hear on TikTok. And I don't even look at TikTok, but it pops up on like Facebook Shorts or whatever all the time. Is this for real? Those little blips. Oh man. Made it to Churro, but ran into some problems. Help's on the way. Slight change of plans, but a buddy of mine is letting me stay at his place, get a rental car in the morning, and hit the beach. I agree that they should have to nowadays just to prove it, you know? Imagine at your peak selling out the Wilba, and now you can't sell 100 spots for $175 to a golf tournament. Spiraling. We should all buy a spot. We should, and then not show up. If I had the money, I'd do that. Just not go. Just let him sit there by himself until dinner. Although that would be giving money to him, which I would never. Muppetville will be closed down for the next 10 days. I do not want anyone to read into this. I will not be taking a vacation to go and follow and take pictures of anyone. Do not read into this. He's on vacation. He has no money. He's on vacation, right? It's just, no. I was checking to see if there was any new Muppet Man videos, and there was not. But it was a good thought. Leah, your hair looks beautiful, by the way. Just saying. Well, Judge Gildea did put out a thing a little while ago, and it's an endorsement on a motion for reconsideration of an order delaying the deposition of Michael Proctor, which was denied by the judge. Why, you may ask? Well, because it was never delayed. It was never delayed. And the judge gives a quick rebuke to Karen's team, unfortunately, again, and says, I've been presented with a motion for reconsideration of my order precluding further attempts to take discovery from a non-party pending further orders of the court. An opposition and a reply. Ms. Read's attorneys are reminded of the provisions of Superior Court Rule 9A, 9A3, that a reply memorandum is to be limited to matters raised in the opposition, which were not and could not have been anticipated and addressed in the moving party's initial memorandum. Basically, the judge is saying, you're, again, misusing filing something to get it out to the general public, and you're not even right. If I had a pool at my home, I would be totally doing a staycation. I'd buy a new tent, pitch that bitch in the backyard, and make a fucking fire, get a fire pit. The motion misstates what I said. This is the judge. This is what the judge said. The motion misstates what I said. What I said was, orders of the court have been violated either directly or at the very least in spirit. I did not say what is stated in the motion. That an attorney with an appearance, I did not say what is stated, I did not say what is stated in the motion that an attorney with an appearance in this case had violated the letter or spirit of the rule. I also did not state on the record that I had stayed the second day of Proctor's deposition, but rather stated that because of the disclosure of sensitive private information, I temporarily stayed further discovery of the non-party. I acknowledged the information in the motion as to the time of a June 8th, 2026 post on X. However, such information does not allay the concerns that gave rise to the order, especially given the content as of June 25th, 2026 post on X. The motion for reconsideration is fucking denied, bitches. Judge is not fucking around. He is not appreciating misuse of, using the court system as a way to put on record your nonsense that doesn't have any truth to it and misstating what the judge said. That's not okay. Not okay. Not okay at all. Aiden just updated his Facebook page to announce Jimmy will be joining him, and I urge the writers to watch Jen Altman's faces explaining that the event is flopping. Dramatic readings for 200, Alex. 200, Alex. It's getting slammed on there. Oh, always with those lunatics. When I asked if any of them had signed up for the golf tournament, nobody responded because none of them are going. They're all from out of state, right? And yes, he has mostly women viewers. So yes, common sense would say do something that they would want to do. Trivia was better than that. You know what I'm saying? Weird. Just weirdo behavior. I mean, this is specifically pertaining to like what the order is pertaining to, like information, like medical information. And the judge was like, I did not tell you to like not do a deposition with him. I told you I'm staying discovery of a non-party because of the leaks. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Welcome to the conspiracy, U.S. Army. Oh, God, Grant's lost it. Colin Albert is currently in week 203 basic training, and according to Colin's lawyer, the Army said Colin Albert showing up for a deposition during basic training is not happening. Karen Read's lawyers only learned of this now. Oh, my God, it's a conspiracy, as if we didn't know that the government was going to tell you to fucking kick rocks and flip-flops, that they weren't going to tell you to plow rain, that they weren't going to tell you to pound sand, that they're not taking someone out of training for a deposition that could have been done before he left. They have jurisdiction. They do. It's not a conspiracy, Grant. Okay? I love how he has to like make everything some big giant conspiracy and like overstate importance of things. It's wild as fuck, bro. Wild as fuck. Wild! Absolutely fucking wild. Okay. Well, what is happening here? Okay. Like apparently he does, you know? I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying. Weirdo behavior, weirdo bullshit. DoorDash, it's me delivering a knuckle sandwich to your doorstep. Oh, food again. All right, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I gotta go eat something. I am fucking so hungry right now. Like, I am so hungry. All right. What is this? Yeah, nothing new. All right. I love your stinking faces. Do me a favor. Smash the like button on your way out. Subscribe if you already didn't. I appreciate all y'all. I love all y'all. Tomorrow is my only day off. It's Saturday, so yeah, probably won't see me tomorrow. You'll see me for the Sunday morning show. I love my Sunday morning shows. We'll have something interactive to play on Sunday. So if you're a fan of interactive play, be here or be square, my friends. Be here or be square. If you're catching me on the replay, we appreciate you. We love you. We're sorry you missed us. Is free Pat for John Bear? No. 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 No, I no. His voice doesn't even match that of John Barron. John Barron did many spaces. Those voices don't even match, not even close. The John Barron account has much more Boston-y accent than Ford does. It's much heavier in nature, much closer to Boston. He must have grown up like right in or a little bit to the north or a little bit to the south because it's so heavy. But I mean, if anybody needs me, right, and I don't care what time of the day it is, what time of night it is, you're having an anxiety attack, you're struggling, you've gotten attacked by a turtle rider, Aiden told you to die in a hole, whatever the case may be, you can email me, you can call me, you can text me, you can DM me, you can get a hold of someone who can get a hold of me. Don't suffer in silence. We all know how that. Don't walk that road alone. You're not alone. We're here. I love you all. If y'all can donate to the channel when you can, we appreciate it. We're a small channel. We only get by the kindness of all of our viewers, and we appreciate all y'all for that. Happy Friday, everyone. Peace out. Bye.